Chapter 2000, The Laws of Five Elements. Chapter 2000, The Laws of Five Elements. How is this possible? Actually completely unscathed. Lord Yi Yuan, how did he do it? This defensive strength is truly freakishly powerful. There were cries of exclamations in the city. Following that, there was joyful cheering. Not seeing him for several decades, Lord Yi Yuan's strength increased to a realm that made people tremble again. Of course, this was to the enemy. Deng Wei's pupils constricted, staring fixedly at that figure, full of disbelief. Yi Yuan stood proudly, his body not even having a damaged corner of his sleeves. How freakish was this defensive power? Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly, clearly extremely surprised by this scene. Just now, there was the undulation of an Empyrean spirit treasure. He has a defensive Empyrean spirit treasure on him. Lu Zi opened her mouth and said coldly, Empyrean spirit treasure. Deng Wei looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Yi Yuan had an Empyrean spirit treasure on him. As long as he killed Yi Yuan, wouldn't the Empyrean spirit treasure be his? How could Deng Wei's little thought hide from Yi Yuan's eyes? He opened his mouth and said coolly, "Want the Empyrean spirit treasure?" Deng Wei did not have the intention of hiding and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that there's still an unexpected harvest by coming here. That Empyrean spirit treasure. I want it." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Can, as long as you can block a blow from me." Deng Wei burst out laughing when he heard this. He said, "Overconfident fool. You think that by relying on an Empyrean spirit treasure to block my attack, your strength outmatches this young master's strength? If this young master can't even block this blow of yours, wouldn't these several thousand years have been lived in vain?" Yi Yuan was expressionless. He had been suppressing his rage constantly. "Very well, then you receive it well." Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, arriving in front of Deng Wei like lightning. So fast, Deng Wei's pupils constricted, world domain and protective divine essence bursting out crazily. However, his world domain and protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan in the least bit at all. Yi Yuan was just like a sharp knife, barging straight into Deng Wei's world domain, two hands directly grabbing his shoulders. Deng Wei was greatly alarmed in his heart and struggled desperately, wanting to shake off Yi Yuan. But very soon, an acute, tearing feeling came from his body. It was extremely painful. What happened? Why do I feel like my body isn't mine anymore? This was the last thought that flashed past in Deng Wei's mind, because his body was already torn in half by Yi Yuan using brute force. The entire city was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, feeling the jitters. Tearing a fifth firmament true G. Oh, D with his hands. It was such a spectacular sight. It was their first time seeing such a thing happen in their lives. Too shocking, too intense, too liberating. These few fellows had always been swaggering before others, harping on and on about lowly commoners. In the eyes of these people, these ordinary martial artists, were merely targets to be exploited, sheep that they were raising. Deng Wei was forcefully torn in half by Yi Yuan just like that. Middle stage, perfect sixth transformation golden body. Lu Zi and Dai Yang's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in immense shock. The might of Yi Yuan's fleshy body power greatly exceeded their imaginations. Only then did they know that when Yi Yuan blocked Deng Wei's strike, the Empyrean spirit treasure was merely adding flowers to embroidery. What Yi Yuan truly relied on was his powerful to the extreme fleshy body, achieving a middle-stage sixth transformation golden body. This was the lucky chance that Yi Yuan obtained inside the sea, our A.P. Myrtle Cave. Currently, Yi Yuan had been suppressing his rage all along, so he needed to vent, and Deng Wei was clearly the best target. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked toward Lu Zi, and said coldly, "This is the so-called genius that you guys spoke of? Merely thus. I really don't know where your so-called sense of superiority came from. You kept saying on and on about how they are lowly commoners, but in my eyes, you guys are the lowly plebeians. They work hard and fight every day in order to live. They frequently wander the borders of life and death. They supply resources to you all, these so-called geniuses. But in the end, they became the lowly commoners that came out of your mouth. You don't need to worry about food and clothing, don't have to worry about resources, don't lack cultivation methods, and mystic treasures are free for your picking. Putting it bluntly, you all just simply reincarnated well. Even so, he still couldn't block a move from me. What a joke. You all remember for me, killing you guys today is for the sake of a young man called Jiangming." Yi Yuan's every word and sentence rang with power, condemning Lu Zi and Dai Yang until they were utterly worthless. He naturally had this capital. Previously, Deng Wei's words were wildly conceited, not taking Yi Yuan seriously at all. But in the end, he could not even hurt a single strand of Yi Yuan's hair. He could not even block one blow from Yi Yuan. Lu Zi's expression did not have much of a change. She just said with a cold smile, "This is your reliance? You think that by killing Deng Wei, you've cornered us? Also, you killing Deng Wei is already a capital crime. You and the people around you all have to die." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Is that so?" Swuz. H. Plus voice had not faded, and Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted. The Dai Yang who was by the side immediately felt his scalp tingle, a feeling of immense danger welling up in his heart. He used all of his energy to defend, but it was to no avail. Bang! Yi Yuan's punch landed. Dai Yang's entire person was blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist, no time to even defend. And from start to end, Lu Zi observed coldly from the sidelines, not having the intention of helping. Lord Yi Yuan's strength is actually already so strong. Ha ha ha. Beat this group of condescending things to death. Lord Yi Yuan, we support you. Lord Yi Yuan, kill that girl. Take revenge for Jiangming. The martial artists in the city all watched until their hot blood boiled with excitement, shouting crazily. They all knew that Yi Yuan similarly rose from nothing. He relied on his own efforts and walked until today step by step. Now, Yi Yuan represented them and beat these condescending geniuses until they were utterly routed. How could they not be excited? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and was still calm as she said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but it also ends here. Although the perfect golden body is formidable, you still can't escape death." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "I really don't know where the confidence of you all, these so-called geniuses, came from." A sword appeared in Lu Zi's hand like a magic trick, and she slowly said, "Don't know, is it? Then this young lady will use it to tell you where my confidence comes from." Lu Zi's long sword swung. The air immediately became wet. Law of water. Following that, she beckoned with one hand. A CLUS to her flames wrapped around her. Law of fire. The next second, the sword light turned cold. A yellowish-brown colored light halo lit up. Law of earth. In the city, the faces of all of the martial artists changed. The laws of 5 elements. 3 appeared all at once. Furthermore, there were still no signs of stopping. Lu Zi pointed with her sword, and another green light lit up. An aura of life filled the air. Everyone cried out in surprise, "Law of wood." There wouldn't be more, right? The expressions of the martial artists in the city changed. However, things did not go as people wanted. Lu Zi let out a delicate cry. Another power of law lit up. Chapter 2001. Conclusion. Chapter 2001. Conclusion. She actually comprehended 5 types of power of law by herself. How is this possible? All 5 elements. She comprehended all 5 elements. This comprehension ability is too terrifying. The 5 elements mutually promote and restrain each other. If utilized properly, the power could rival supreme laws. This woman is remarkable. In the city, a series of exclamations came over. They were never able to imagine that there was actually someone in this world who could comprehend 5 types of powers of law at the same time. This kind of talent already exceeded their imagination. Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law. This was indeed an extremely difficult thing, but comprehending the 5 elements at the same time, the difficulty was not the least bit weaker than spatial law. Furthermore, these 5 kinds of laws were all comprehended to the level of rank 6. This was simply inconceivable. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils constricted too, his expression changing slightly. He finally knew why even Bai Tong was defeated at her hands. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Now, do you know what my reliance is? I admit that your talent is indeed pretty good to actually be able to attain the perfect 6th transformation golden body. But all this is nothing in front of me." This woman was confident to the extreme and also powerful to the extreme. Yi Yuan was indeed somewhat surprised in his heart. When he entered the ancient G.O.D. battlefield this time, people he saw were all extremely talented geniuses. Just take Zhou Yu, for example. He was absolutely a first-rate powerhouse among peers. But Zhou Yu compared to this woman in front of him, the disparity was too great. Yi Yuan reined in his thoughts and looked at Lu Zi and said calmly, "It's just too bad that you seem to be unable to fuse the 5 elements law." When Lu Zi heard that, her expression could not help choking. This had always been her sore spot. She did not expect that it was exposed by Yi Yuan heartlessly. Comprehending all 5 elements and fusing 5 laws were 2 entirely different concepts. The strength difference was also worlds apart. However, fusing 2 types of laws was already something incredibly hard, let alone fusing 5 types of laws. This kind of thing, just thinking about it, felt horrifying. Her face turned cold, and she said, shamelessly boasting, "Talk wildly again after you block my laws of 5 elements." Yi Yuan shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold, and he said, "It's not blocking your laws. I said it before. All 3 of you have to die today. This is the price of you killing Jiangming." Lu Zi sneered and said, "With just the likes of you?" Yi Yuan nodded his head. "With the likes of me." As he spoke, Yi Yuan slowly pulled out the bone sword. It was precisely that Empyrean spirit treasure that Empyrean vast universe gave to him. Lu Zi's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This guy actually had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him. A defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure, an offensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. How could a puny little Southridge 10 cities give birth to such a monster? Hang on, didn't this guy have a perfect 6th transformation golden body? Why was he using a sword? Could it be that he was a martial body dual cultivator? That instant when she saw the bone sword, Lu Zi finally had a visible change in countenance. A series of doubts were raised in her mind. Today, the shock that this Southridge 10 Cities patrolling inspector, who was viewed by her as a barbarian, brought to her was seriously too much. Lu Zi recollected her thoughts very quickly. Her confidence in herself was irreplaceable. "I really underestimated you. However, it's no use. My 5-element sword art has no weakness to exploit." "Is that so?" Yi Yuan smiled disdainfully, holding the bone sword, and Das. Plussing over, and then his figure turned illusory. Lu Zi's pupils constricted again, clearly getting a shock. Spatial law. Furthermore, it was 5th-level spatial law. This kid was not only extremely powerful in body refinement, but his attainment in laws was actually also so terrifying. However, there was already no time for her to be surprised. This sword of Yi Yuan had a momentum akin to an overwhelming force. Lu Zi did not dare to be neglectful. It was only to see her long sword swing. 3 types of power of laws immediately went to welcome him. Bang! Yi Yuan's fused sword intent clashed with Lu Zi's law of earth straight away. The law of earth contained the power of the earth. Its defense was the scariest, but under Yi Yuan's sword, the law of earth could not stand up to the single blow at all, practically disintegrating in an instant. However, what was scariest about the 5 elements was not the power of each type of law. 5 types of power of laws mutually promoted and restrained each other. As long as the utilization was appropriate, it would be able to unleash more than several times, even dozens of times, the power of the law itself. At this time, the law of wood and law of earth mutually complemented each other. Coupled with the ceaselessness of the law of water, it actually made this sword of Yi Yuan's sink into the quagmire. Yi Yuan's sword move that pressed forward with indomitable will was easily resolved by Lu Zi just like that. It was quicker than words could tell. Talking about this sword move was very long. Actually, it was just a matter of an instant. However, Yi Yuan swung his sword in a circle, his figure swaying, attacking with another slash. Horrifying power of laws rolled in midair. The martial artists in the city had long retreated to an extreme far place. How could they dare to approach, in the slightest, the showdown between 2 great, true D realm powerhouses? Spectators would die upon contact. Yi Yuan slashed consecutively, but no matter how his sword moves changed, he was unable to breach Lu Zi's laws of 5 elements. Lu Zi was clearly incomparably familiar with the utilization of the 5 elements law. 5 types of laws alternated indeterminately, continuing in an endless cycle, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. However, Lu Zi was constantly being suppressed by Yi Yuan and also did not have the strength left over to retaliate at all and could only defend passively. 2 mighty powerhouses fought until the sky was rent asunder, and the earth split open in the sky of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The horrifying energy undulations made people extremely terrified. I didn't expect that you actually fused sword Dao law and spatial law, being truly out of my expectations. However, it's useless. My 5 elements law won't give you any chance. Lu Zi appeared very calm, as she said. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pulled back his sword momentum, leaving the battlefield. Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "What? Gave up, is it? Now it's my turn." Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi and said coolly, "No need. You won't have the chance to make your move. Your 5 elements are merely thus. Next, you can go and die already." Lu Zi had a proud look on her face as she said with a cold smile, "Foolish thing, still haven't figured out your own strength until now? I've already grasped your strength. Clearly, eat a sword move from me." Finished talking, Lu Zi stabbed a sword move out. The 5 elements were continuously reproduced in an endless succession under her sword, the energy getting more and more terrifying. Yi Yuan just looked at this scene calmly. He was storing up strength. A feeling of the heart and mind being linked together came from the bone sword. This bone sword was indeed exceptional. To the current Yi Yuan, it was all too suitable. Except the current Yi Yuan. The aura on his body was very feeble and was not as outrageous as Lu Zi's. Suddenly, He abruptly snapped open his eyes. A sword stabbed out flatly. Sword hollow etch. Even though it was sword hollow etch, this sword actually had some similarities with Empyrean Vast Universe's third sword. It was just that Yi Yuan could not achieve fully retracting the sword momentum. The more horrifying the sword move was, the harder to control it. Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch move, the power was too great. Just like this, Yi Yuan's seemingly ordinary sword hollow etch move whirled away toward the five elements sword art. Chapter 2002, Stirring Up Big Trouble. Chapter 2002, Stirring Up Big Trouble. Lu Zi's face was full of disdain. The power of this sword move looked to be just that tiny bit stronger than before. This was Yi Yuan's ace in the hole. All talk, no action. It seemed like this kid only had just this bit of strength. In a blink of an eye, sword hollow etch collided together with the five elements sword art. Bang! The houses around instantly turned to dust, as if they had never existed before. Lu Zi's expression instantly turned from disdain to stupefaction. A force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas came over from the sword light. Lu Zi's complexion turned white as a sheet, frenziedly urging her divine essence and mobilizing heaven and earth's spiritual energy. The five elements continuously regenerated in endless succession, attempting to stop this terrifying force. It was just that everything was futile. Lu Zi felt that Yi Yuan's power was like a tsunami, the sky rending asunder, and the earth splitting open without ceasing. No matter how she utilized the five elements law, she was unable to withstand it too. Poor work! Lu Zi spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, directly being struck, flying out by this sword move, falling heavily to the ground. The current Lu Zi had her clothes all disheveled, hair hanging down loosely. How was there still that demeanor of a fairy maiden? She was still struggling to get up, but a sword already reached her throat. Yi Yuan's sword move was too strong. Her internal organs already suffered extremely severe injuries. This is your reliance, your pride. Merely thus, right now, you're even inferior to the lowly commoners you spoke of. So what qualifications do you have to look down on them? Yi Yuan looked at Lu Zi, his words full of mockery. Just earlier, Lu Zi was still a fairy maiden high up in the clouds, using a proud gaze to look at the world indifferently. But now, Yi Yuan was looking down on her. All of her pride was crushed by Yi Yuan at this moment until it was shredded to pieces. What bulls? I plus T genius. Nothing at all compared to Lord Yi Yuan. Really too strong. Lord Yi Yuan is really too strong. A genius who comprehended the five elements law is actually not even his match. Ha ha ha, really, Refres? I plus ing. Doesn't she look down on us, these lowly commoners? What about herself now? The martial artists in the city all started cheering frenziedly. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan still had a perfect victory facing a powerful existence with five laws, particularly the five elements. One had to know Lu Zi was two minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. True G. Oh, D realm. Two minor realms meant a disparity of several thousand years or even several tens of thousands of years. Of course, this was just to geniuses. To those ordinary martial artists, a minor realm might be several hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Zi's expression was also extremely ugly. She never would have thought that she would actually lose to a third firmament true G. Oh, D, this be you kin-like existence in her eyes. This kind of blow virtually shattered all of her confidence. At this time, a black-clothed armored soldier hurriedly spoke up. Brat, there's Empyrean Lu Yen behind Miss Z. If you dare to touch her, the entire city has to be buried in death with her. Hearing that, everyone shuddered with fear. An Empyrean powerhouse, This was something that they had never thought about, and also in existence far beyond their reach. Once an Empyrean was enraged, corpses would span 10,000 miles. If they provoked an Empyrean powerhouse, how could a mere heavenly eagle imperial city bear his wrath? Lu Zi looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "My father is the 5 firmament great imperial capital's city lord, Lu Yen. Even if you won against me, so what?" Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "The person that Yi Yuan, want to kill? Even if the Jade Emperor comes, he can't stop it too. So, what if Empyrean?" But Lu Zi was indifferent. She felt that Yi Yuan was indulging in contention of mouth and tongue. Empyrean powerhouse, that was a G. Oh, like existence, who would dare defy? She looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Yi Yuan, you're a talent. I admit that I'm inferior to you. But if you dare to touch a hair of mine, you'll die without a burial ground. These lowly commoners will likewise be buried in death with you." When Yi Yuan heard that, his face was full of sneers. This woman was also too conceited. At this point, she still thought that he was pretending to be profound. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. At this point, do you still feel that you're lofty and above the Ma? Ses? Yi Yuan said with a cold laugh. Lu Zi gave Yi Yuan a glance and said calmly, "Stop being pretentious here. Could it be that you really dare to kill me? My father is an Empyrean powerhouse. That isn't an existence you can afford to provoke. Being able to defeat me shows that you're indeed very strong and have no relations whatsoever with these powerless lowly plebeians. All in all, you don't dare to kill me and even have to send me back properly." When Yi Yuan heard, he laughed in spite of himself. This woman was really hopeless. He looked at Lu Zi and said with a cold smile, "Originally, I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but you never should have killed Jiang Ming. Maybe in your eyes, he's just an insignificant small character. But in my eyes, he's a young man who had affection and loyalty. If you don't die today, heaven will not tolerate it." Done talking, the tip of Yi Yuan's sword moved, stabbing right through Lu Zi's heart. Until death, Lu Zi had a look of disbelief. Was this guy mad? He actually really dared to kill her. However, Lu Zi's pupils gradually dilated. The look in her eyes gradually started turning lax. A proud heavens chosen of her generation fell here. Everyone looked at this scene in incredible shock, disbelief on their faces. When that black-clothed, armored soldier uttered the awe-inspiring name of the Empyrean, everyone was taken back. It was just that none of them thought that Yi Yuan actually really dared to kill people. And the reason was just a lowly commoner that they spoke of. You actually really kill, young lady. Are you crazy? That true G. Oh, D-realm black-clothed, armored soldier had a look of disbelief all over his face. Could it be that this guy did not fear an Empyrean powerhouse? He actually killed an Empyrean's daughter. Yi Yuan looked at that black-clothed armored soldier and said coldly, "This Yi has a clear conscience when doing things. If I let her go, how will I give an account to the deceased Jiang Ming? Considering everything and everyone beneath their notice, then they have to bear the consequences of looking down on everyone and everything. Also, you all, none of you can think about leaving." That black-clothed armored soldier's face changed, feeling like he ran into a lunatic. Why was this guy so unreasonable? Completely could not talk sense. The more you spoke, the more he fought with you. When Yi Yuan saw Zhuoshujia and the rest, the rage in his heart grew even more. Zhuoshujia, few people already lost most of their life, only leaving behind one last breath. If not for that Lu Zi wanted to bring them back to 5 firmament great imperial capital, they would likely have already perished and their Tao dissipating at this time. Of course, this was nothing to Yi Yuan. As long as there was a breath there, Yi Yuan could save them. However, when they knew that the 5 firmament great imperial capitals' powerhouses were completely annihilated, their faces were still incomparably shocked. This time, a big hole was poked in the basket. Such exceptionally talented figures were bound to be 5 firmament great imperial capitals' important figures. So how could they drop the matter? When Bai Tong saw Yi Yuan, he smiled and said, "You indeed didn't let me down." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've made you suffered." Chapter 2003, Lu Yan's Fury. Chapter 2003, Lu Yan's Fury inside the City Lord Manor. The atmosphere did not ease up even after the deaths of the 3 great geniuses. On the contrary, the atmosphere was rather suffocating. "Your Excellency, this is our heavenly eagle imperial city, considered to have revolted." City Lord Zhushujia asked somewhat fluidly, tearedly. Under Yi Yuan's miracle medicine, Zhushujia finally had his life saved. As an imperial capital's city lord under 5 firmament great imperial capitals' command, he had awe and veneration in his heart toward the existence of great imperial capitals. This kind of awe and veneration had been ACCU mulating over a very long time. So how could it be wiped away easily? Yi Yuan killed an Empyrean's daughter and slaughtered hundreds of black-clothed armored soldiers. Among them, there were even some true G.O.D. realm commanders. This way of doing things was simply too insane. What everyone was worried about now was the Empyrean's vengeance. Empyreans were invincible existences in everyone's eyes. Even if your true G.O.D. realm strength was monstrous, in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, it was still too weak to stand up to the combat. 1. Tian. Yi Yuan's strength was strong, powerful, until he could kill Lu Zi, who comprehended the laws of the 5 elements. But in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, he would still be too weak to take a single blow. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Revolt? Since we've never obeyed before, what's there to revolt?" He had never treated himself as anyone's citizen. Taking on this position of patrolling envoy was also merely in order to make it convenient to run Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. With Yi Yuan's personality, he naturally would not leave his life at other people's mercy. Even if the other party was an Empyrean powerhouse, they could forget about making Yi Yuan lower his head too. But Big Brother, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City doesn't have an Empyrean powerhouse to hold down the fort. If that Empyrean Lu Yan really comes knocking, how should we respond? White Light also frowned and said, this time, he felt tremendous pressure too. "Yeah, all our ants beneath Empyrean. Your Excellency, your strength is extremely strong, but you haven't reached Empyrean in the end," Ning Tianping also said with a worried look. "Master, aren't you Alchemy, Celestial Pavilion's head elder? If you go and invite Empyrean powerhouses with this ident, 1. They should give face, right?" Baichen suddenly said. His words made everyone's eyes lit up all at once. The ident, 1. of Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder was extraordinary. Even Empyrean powerhouses should give some face too. After all, who would offend a super alchemy G.O.D. with a great future? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You all are thinking too much. No matter how powerful the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion is, they are also merely just a bunch of 6-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. Empyrean powerhouses, which one isn't extremely proud. How could they possibly come and be my hired thug for this sort of thing? This would not do. That would not do as well. Everyone really did not know what they should do. The Tlea of Empyrean was like an enormous haze, Crus. Plussing until everyone could not breathe. Everyone fell silent again. This atmosphere was not just inside the City Lord Manor. It was also spreading in the entire imperial city, although the present Heavenly Eagle imperial city's strength already could not be compared to the past. Matching up against a great imperial capital, this level of a city was undoubtedly an ant trying to shake a big tree, but even so, only a very small portion of people chose to leave Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The vast majority of martial artists all chose to stay behind. Yi Yuan cutting down 3 great geniuses in a rage. They understood that it was not for himself. It was for an unimportant person. That N.O. body was called Jiangming. After that day, everyone remembered this once insignificant name, because that was the personification of each and every one of them. Wasn't each and every one of them the Jiang Ming among the numerous living things? I'm just an itinerant cultivator. These several tens of thousands of years, I've lived in more than a dozen cities before. But no city made me have such a sense of belonging. Lord Yi Yuan is different from ordinary controllers. In his eyes, every martial artist of Heavenly Eagle is his family. Isn't that so? The last time Death Soul Gate provoked him, Lord Yi Yuan would rather bind both hands himself than be willing to have one more person in the city get hurt. One has to know with his strength, killing those people wasn't a hard thing. This time, he also killed people in a rage for that N.O. body Jiangming. Yi Yuan made the martial artists here in Heavenly Eagle had a great sense of belonging these few years. He managed the Martial Tower and the Pill Tower and opened them to all martial artists and reduced the tax of the martial artists in the city. This series of things did not need to be said. Especially during this recent incident, Yi Yuan's actions and conduct thoroughly conquered the martial artists in the city, making everyone submit wholeheartedly. This made them feel like Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had a feeling of home. In this indifferent world, there was a ruler who sincerely supported bottom-level martial artists. This was clearly an extremely rare thing. Therefore, despite being clearly aware that Yi Yuan's opponent this time was an Empyrean powerhouse, no one shrank back. Instead, they had an appearance like they were bound by a common hatred for the enemy. There were no walls without cracks in the world. The news of Yi Yuan killing the 3 great geniuses, 5 firmament great imperial capital, received the news very quickly. At this time, the Deng family's and Dai family's 2 ancestors were currently in a furious rage at the City Lord Manor. The Deng family's ancestor Deng Yunzai roared furiously at Liu Yan. Brother Liu Yan, this punk called Yi Yuan really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to actually dare kill our family's Deng Wei. Not killing this fiend. It will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. By the side, the Dai family's ancestor, Dai Chuanhao, similarly had a look of thunderous rage as he said, "My Dai family expended countless painstaking effort on Yong'er for him to be who he is today. I was even hoping for him to inherit my mantle, but I didn't expect that he died in this brat's hands. Not killing him, I, Dai Chuanhao, swear that I'm less than human." These 2 ancestors currently had extremely vigorous auras. A few sentences were practically about to bring down the roof. Their fury could be seen from just this. Opposite them was a middle-aged man with a frosty expression. This middle-aged man was precisely Lu Zi's father, the master of 5 firmament great imperial capital, Liu Yan. For these 2 families' ancestors to dare raise such a clamor in front of an Empyrean, they were clearly in the same generation as Liu Yan. These 2 people were shockingly Empyrean powerhouses too. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists did not know 5 firmament great imperial capital's actual situation. If they knew that Yi Yuan offended 3 great Empyrean powerhouses in one go, no idea how despairing it would be for them. Lu Zi's brows furrowed slightly. Snorting coldly, he said, "What's the fuss? Those two grandsons of yours have already been separated by no idea how many generations. Although their talents were pretty good, if really talking about it, it's also just like that. Whether or not they can break through to be an Empyrean is still another matter altogether. However, my Z is a 1 in 10,000 peerless genius. She already grasped the true essence of the 5 elements. Given time, her strength will definitely be above mine. You guys are furious. Could it be that this Empyrean isn't as furious as you all?" Lu Yen overflowed with majesty with every movement and action. Even though Deng and Dai, two people, were both Empyrean powerhouses, they also fell silent at this time. Yeah, actually, the angriest one should be Lu Yen. With Lu Zi's talent, breaking through to the Empyrean realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. In fact, there was a possibility of breaking through to the legendary realm of Heavenly Emperor. Such a rare talent. Forget about the puny little 5 firmament great imperial capital. Even when placed in a Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda, she also did not pale in comparison to those geniuses. Now, she died bafflingly just like that. How could he, Lu Yen, not be furious? That, "Brother Lu Yen, why don't we make a move together and go kill that punk?" Deng Yunzai asked probingly. Lu Yen smiled coldly and said, "Kill him? Isn't that letting him off too lightly? This Empyrean will let him know what's called despair." Chapter 2004. I'll spare your life. Chapter 2004. I'll spare your life. At Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was panic and terror everywhere. A piece of news came that 5 firmament great imperial capital's city lord, Empyrean Lu Yen, issued an Empyrean order with the ident. 1. Tie of City Lord, within the boundary of 5 firmament great imperial capital, all 187 imperial capitals, all martial artists above celestial deity realm, were all to head to 9 pledge imperial capital and gather. Empyrean order within the boundaries of a great imperial capital. It was a paramount order. Cities that received the order had to put aside all matters and follow the order unconditionally. But this kind of Empyrean order might not be deployed once in a million years. But this time, Empyrean Lu Yen utilized it. The goal was in order to deal with an imperial city. One had to know, in all 187 imperial capitals, each imperial capital had at least 10 or more true G. D-realm powerhouses. Some high-order imperial capitals even had several dozen true G. D-realm powerhouses. How terrifying a force was this? Is this Empyrean Lu Yen mad? Dealing with us, a tiny little imperial city, he's actually going to mobilize several thousand true G. D-realm powerhouses? How to fight this? Even if each of us has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's also impossible to win. Counting in Lord Yi Yuan and Lord White Light, Lord Lung Qiuling, as well as Lord Ning Tianping, who just broke through, the true G. D-realm powerhouses in the city are also just 6 people when added together. 6 versus several thousand. Everyone was in despair. This kind of power comparison simply made people be in despair. To an imperial city, a true G. D-realm was sufficient to make all of them look up to already, but now several thousand true G. D-realms were actually coming all at once. This kind of shock simply could not use words to describe. Everyone only had one thought in their mind now. That was Empyrean Lu Yen went crazy. He was driven mad by Lord Yi Yuan. Inside the City Lord Manor, there was a depressing atmosphere. Everyone's face was covered in a layer of frost, incomparably solemn. I really didn't expect that Empyrean Lu Yen would actually be so crazy, sending out thousands of true G. D-realm powerhouses at once. This is pus. I plussing us to our wits' end. Jiang Jade Hall lamented. Everyone was silent. They really did not know how to follow up. Under absolute power, all hard work was feeble. Even if Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was exceedingly formidable, it was also impossible to create thousands of true Ji. D realms within a short time, let alone that among these several thousand true Ji. D realms, some were even horrifying ninth firmament true Ji. D realm existences. Pick out any one of these people at random, and it would be enough for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to choke on. You guys say something. Is this trying to stifle me to death? White light paced back and forth, seeming very anxious. These people, had always had blind faith in Yi Yuan. But this time was different. No matter how capable Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to deal with these thousands of true Ji, D-realm martial artists. When the others heard White Light's words, each and every one of them heaved deep sighs, but they still did not speak. They did not know what to say at all. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report that a powerhouse in a large black cloak came from outside. Unable to see the face clearly, everyone exchanged glances. Already at this time, who would still pay a visit to request an audience? Let him enter, Yi Yuan said coolly. Before long, a powerhouse completely covered in a black cloak appeared in front of everyone. Yi Yuan sized the other party up and said with a slight surprise, "It turns out that it's City Lord Yu. Why would you show up here? At this time, you should be avoiding our heavenly eagle like the plague." That person untied his cloak and revealed his figure, looking at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. His disguise was actually seen through by him with one glance. The arrival was none other than precisely 9 Pledge Imperial Capital City Lord, Yu Wenfeng. Yu Wenfeng's appearance caught everyone by surprise. Everyone looked over one after another, not knowing what medicine this guy was selling in his gourd. Yu Wenfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, Yi really has terrific means. Looks like my guess was correct. You wouldn't resign yourself to death like this." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "City Lord Yu, you and I are at warring sides. Coming here, aren't you afraid that I detain you?" Who knew that Yu Wenfeng let out a slight sigh and said, "Little brother Yi, honestly speaking, this you came here to request for little brother Yi to show mercy. Under the Empyrean order, this Yu is the 9 Pledge City Lord and has no choice but to become enemies with little brother. There's really no choice. If there's a possibility, this Yu really isn't willing to be enemies with you." Yu Wenfeng's wording made the Heavenly Eagle's upper echelons that they're present very surprised. This guy's head was kicked by a donkey, right? Right now, both parties' strength disparity was so great. But he came to beg Yi Yuan to show mercy? Did he figure out the situation or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "City Lord Yu, are you mistaken? Several thousand true Ji. D-realm powerhouses are sufficient to crush Heavenly Eagle dozens of times over. Even dregs won't be left. You're actually asking me to show mercy?" But Yu Wenfeng said with a solemn look, "Others don't know your ident. One, Tai, but I know. Back then, when you were still at the Celestial Deity realm, you already became the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder. How can there not be an Empyrean powerhouse supporting behind you, with the myriad treasure towers rallying power? If they really want to have a showdown with Empyrean Luyen, it is also not impossible. Hence, I know that you absolutely won't sit Sively and await doom." Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What you're worried about is this? Then I can tell you that you don't need to worry about it. The myriad treasure towers Empyrean powerhouses won't help me." Yu Wenfeng was taken aback, clearly feeling very surprised. But after musing for a moment, he still said firmly, "Little brother Yi, I know that you're not an ordinary person and definitely have other means. All in all, I came here this time to tell you that my 9-pledge imperial capital will hold a perfunctory attitude toward the Empyrean order this time. I only hope that little brother Yi will show mercy when the time comes. Yi Yuan did not expect that when the whole world felt pessimistic about him, this Yu Wenfeng actually felt optimistic about him, and even took a huge risk to have him show mercy. This time, he viewed Yu Wenfeng in a different light. Yu Wenfeng's guess was correct. Yi Yuan, was never a person who would resign himself to death. Lu Yen came up with such a grand lineup, thinking that it could intimidate him, make him despair. But he was wrong. Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said indifferently, "All right, I got it. I'll spare your life." Yu Wenfeng's pupils constricted, and he immediately nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "Many thanks, little brother Yi. This Yu is currently at the teeth of the storm. It isn't advisable to stay for long, so I'll take my leave first. After this matter, this Yu will personally drop in to give thanks." Yi Yuan nodded his head, slightly. Yu Wenfeng was secretly alarmed in his heart and immediately took his leave and left. After Yu Wenfeng left, the others used extremely odd gazes to look at Yi Yuan. White Light immediately jumped up and yelled, "Big brother, you hid from us so bitterly. Turns out that you've long had a countermeasure. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You idiot, following Big Brother for so many years. Don't you understand me yet?" White Light smacked his head and said gloomily, I was also stupefied this time. Such a grand display. It's still my first time encountering it. I say, Big Brother, just what method do you have? Could it be that you invited an Empyrean powerhouse over?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Invite what Empyrean powerhouse? I don't have that ability, but we can create an Empyrean powerhouse ourselves." Chapter 2005, Facing an Army Alone. Chapter 2005, Facing an Army Alone. See, create an Empyrean powerhouse. White Light was first stunned, but he woke up to reality very soon, suddenly looking at Bai Tong. Among these people, if talking about who had the likelihood of becoming an Empyrean powerhouse, there was only Bai Tong. Bai Tong's eyebrows raised up, and he shook his head and said, "It's no use. The Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill's high-level version is a rank 7 divine pill. You currently can't refine it at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The last time I refined the Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill, I already researched this medicinal pill thoroughly long ago. Although I'm unable to let you recover to peak state right now, returning to Empyrean realm is still achievable." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed looks of wild elation. Didn't this mean that in the future, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would have an Empyrean powerhouse to hold down the fort? Bai Tong also had a pleasant look of surprise as he said, "Is this true?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The Cleansing Rain Dream Reverting Pill is indeed a little obscure, but if one really has a thorough understanding of it, it's actually also just like that. Furthermore, some spirit medicines' medicinal properties don't require such obscure spirit medicines. Before going to Extreme Light Imperial City, I've already informed Myriad Treasure Tower to let them prepare rank 6 spirit medicines." As he said this, Yi Yuan took out a medicinal pill. Bai Tong's gaze could not help turning sharp, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. This kid really aggravated people to death without paying for it. Also just like that, no matter how insignificant it was, that was also a level 9 medicinal pill. Other people followed it by the book, but you were good, directly creating the medicinal pill. Similarly an alchemist, but why was the disparity so great? Bai Tong had to admit that this kid really had a talent that ordinary people found it hard to imagine in terms of alchemy Dao. Yi Yuan's understanding of medicinal pills had always pointed straight at the source. The things that he saw were totally different from other alchemists. Pill formulas were never some imperial edicts in Yi Yuan's eyes. How's the medicinal effect? I heard that Empyrean Lu Yen is a second firmament Empyrean powerhouse. Bai Tong received the medicinal pill and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, your strength won't be weaker than him. At that time, I'll give you the Qinghong battle armor, so you won't lose to him no matter what." Everyone's face was wild with joy. None of them thought that Yi Yuan had actually long prepared a contingency. But Big Brother, 5 firmament great imperial capital, has 3 great Empyrean powerhouses. Although the other 2 are just first firmament Empyreans, they still have that many true G. Oh, D powerhouses. White Light suddenly frowned and said, the high-level combat power was settled, but the other party's force was too powerful. Once Bai Tong was tied down, 2 first firmament Empyreans plus several thousand true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses would attack. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still could not block them. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "A bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. What's there to be worried about? Everyone set your mind back at ease and have a good rest." When everyone heard that, their eyes lit up. It seemed like Yi Yuan had ready plans to meet the situation long ago. Sure enough, one sentence from him and everyone really set their minds at ease. On this day, the gazes of the guards in the city suddenly turned sharp, discovering that there were countless little black dots in the horizon that were currently heading over here. Countless martial artists were akin to locusts' paws, sing through, making people's scalps tingle. One of the guards said, This, so freaking spectacular. I have never seen before so many true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses in this lifetime." When that guard saw this scene, he was frightened until his legs quivered. After all, such a scene was truly rare in the Heavenspan world. Such a large-scale, true G. Oh, D-realm martial artist battle was simply appalling to hear. Using this kind of terrifying lineup to deal with a tiny little imperial city was even more unheard of. Another guard had an ashen face as he said, "It's over, it's over. How to fight? This is not on the same level at all." Although everyone made up their minds to live and die together with Heavenly Eagle, seeing such a terrifying scene, each and every one of them still could not resist trembling. A guard commander swallowed his saliva and instructed his subordinates, still in a daze for what? Hurry and go report to Lord Yi Yuan." But that subordinate did not move, pointing at the horizon and muttering, "And no need. Lord Yi Yuan, he already came out." Everyone looked over in the direction he was pointing at. It was only to see a young and handsome figure standing on top of city walls, standing with his hands behind his back, quietly looking into the distance. Why is His Excellency by himself? Could it be that he's planning on dealing with these 100,000 people alone? Everyone was filled with fear. A guard commander plucked up his courage and asked, "Lord Yi Yuan, what are you doing?" Yi Yuan turned around and flashed him a smile, saying, "All of you back down, leave it to me." Everyone's faces changed. This answer was too fantastical. Facing an army of 100,000 alone. Furthermore, the other party had 5,000 to 6,000 true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouses. That guard commander said resolutely, "Your Excellency, you mustn't be suicidal. Although we're weak, we'll fight to the end with you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "All back down. Just a bunch of motley crew, so no need to be so nervous." When everyone heard, they were rendered speechless. Motley crew? Even if it was a motley crew reaching true G. Oh, D-realm, it was also not what they could withstand. Countless powerhouses arrived with a howl, giving people an extremely strong visual impact. Yi Yuan's figure moved, going to welcome them. When the few people in front saw a young man coming head-on, they could not help having stunned faces. Stop. More than 100,000 martial artists gradually stopped, facing Yi Yuan from a distance. The few people in front were shockingly ninth firmament true Ji. Oh, mighty experts. A middle-aged martial artist stepped out of the ranks and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Brat, why is it just you alone? Where are the others? All scared until they don't dare to come out anymore? Ha, you're that Yi Yuan punk, right? Do you regret it? Planning on coming out to meet your death now? However, it's useless. Lord Lu Yen already issued a death order. Not a single one of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists will be spared." Another ninth firmament, True Ji, stepped out of the ranks and said, "Kid, you really ate a bear's heart or leopard's gall to actually dare kill Miss Z. Now, it's useless even if you regret it too. The entire city has to be buried in death with you." Several ninth firmament, True Ji, DS looked at Yi Yuan with amused expressions on their faces. A puny little Yi Yuan was merely an ant-like existence in their eyes. Even if he killed Lu Zi, even if he was exceptionally talented, he was just a third firmament True Ji. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also not worth mentioning in front of a ninth firmament True Ji. Any one of them that stepped out could easily pinch Yi Yuan to death. Yi Yuan had a calm expression. He just looked at the few ninth firmament True Ji. DS indifferently and slowly opened his mouth and said, "You all are overlords of a region. Looking on the account that your many years of bitter cultivation wasn't easy, I'll give you guys a chance now. Quickly leave, and I'll spare your lives." The voice was not loud, but transmitted into everyone's ears clearly. Everyone had stunned faces, especially these ninth firmament True Ji. DS, in front of him. Was this kid frightened, silly? What did he say just now? Spare our lives? Just based on him, a third firmament True Ji. D? Ha ha ha. Kid, I didn't hear it wrongly, right? Your meaning is that you alone are going to annihilate all of us? Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said, "You got it right. Chapter 2006, 100 Miles Incense. Chapter 2006, 100 Miles Incense. Ha ha ha." After a moment of deathly silence, crazy laughter erupted from the army, shaking the surroundings. A third firmament, True Ji, D said that he was going to exterminate an army of more than 100,000 by himself. This joke was really too hilarious. Kid, let's not talk about us, these ninth firmament True Ji. D city lords. But even those eighth firmament True Ji. DS can also pinch you to death with one hand. You actually boasted shamelessly, saying that you're going to exterminate all of us by yourself. A ninth firmament True Ji. D city lord convulsed with laughter. Kid, we'll watch right here. Watch how you exterminate all of us. We're so scared. You look at me, my legs are scared until they are trembling. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter could be heard. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with an amused expression. It was as if looking at a fool. Before coming here, everyone thought that Yi Yuan was an exceptionally talented person. They did not expect that he was such a fool. This made the originally somewhat nervous atmosphere suddenly ease up. After all, this kid provided for them quite a bit of laughter on his deathbed. However, there was also someone who did not laugh. In the army, Yu Wenfeng's expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually face the entire army alone by himself. Even though he also felt that Yi Yuan's words were very funny, his understanding of Yi Yuan was much deeper than the others. For a person to be able to say this kind of words, if he was not a genuine fool, then he really had something to rely on. Yu Wenfeng knew that when Yi Yuan wiped out the Death Soul Gate branch that time, he acted after planning it out advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. In the end, not even a mosquito was let out. How could such a person possibly be a fool? That indicated that Yi Yuan really had a trump card, but he could not figure out, even after racking his brain, just what Yi Yuan's trump card was. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and said, "Looks like my persuasion doesn't have much use. I originally didn't want to commit unnecessary slaughter, but since you guys are seeking death yourselves, then it can't be blamed on me." A ninth firmament true G. Oh, used eyes like looking at a fool to look at Yi Yuan, and said, "I really don't know what for Lord Luyan dispatched such a civ force. An idiot like you randomly sending a few powerhouses over and you'd be eradicated. Kid, this city lord will be sending you to H-E-L-L right away to avoid you making a spectacle of yourself here." Done talking, that person's body released a horrifying power, Cruce, H-I, plussing over toward Yi Yuan. But at this time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry. Bang! This move slammed right onto S-P-A-C. That powerhouse's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Spatial S-H-I plus F-T? No wonder this kid is so arrogant, but is this your reliance? Everybody attack together. Trample Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Rumble!" The commotion was overwhelming. The 5 firmament army advanced toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. But right at this time, light rain suddenly drizzled down from the sky in a continuous stream. Why did it suddenly rain? This rain is so strange. Why is it green? Smells good. This rain actually has an alcohol aroma. The blue skies that originally spanned for 10,000 miles suddenly rained at this time. Furthermore, this rain was different from ordinary rain. It was actually glossy and green, and it was even accompanied by a slight alcohol aroma, making people intoxicated. This strange sight made everyone stop, all being extremely curious. Those few ninth firmament true D powerhouses leading were also curious at first, but very soon they discovered something wrong. Hang on, there's something wrong with this rain. Everyone's faces suddenly changed, but it was already too late. Poor a celestial deity, realm martial artist, suddenly spurted blood wildly, bleeding with 7 orifices, then plummeted down to the ground powerlessly. Following that, one tragic scream after another came over. People were falling toward the ground one after another. The sky was still drizzling rain, and now it was also raining corpses. Miserable wails echoed together. This area under the sky instantly became purgatory. In the crowd, the moment Yu Wenfeng laid eyes on this green rain, his expression suddenly changed, his scalp tingling. A feeling of extreme danger instantly welled up in his heart. He virtually did not hesitate in the slightest, using the fastest speed to rush over toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. However, it was already too late. In this stretch of S-P-A-C, the green rain was everywhere, entering from every pore, nowhere to hide. His body was already contaminated by raindrops, but he did not give up, using all the strength in his body and speeding over toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. "Little brother Yi, save me!" Yu Wenfeng screamed madly. He already felt that his divine essence was starting to become stagnant. The terrifying poison was currently flowing everywhere in his body along with his blood. Even if he forcefully used divine essence to force it back, it did not have any effect at all as well. This situation frightened him until he was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, a light flashed. Yu Wenfeng felt himself being wrapped away by a spatial force. His heart eased up, suddenly feeling incomparably glad about his decision before. But the others were not so lucky. Those celestial deity realm martial artists could not endure more than a while, directly croaking one after another. Luckily, the range of this rain was not large. Many celestial deity realm powerhouses did not rush within the boundary of that green rain yet. When those people behind saw those struggling figures in front, each and every one of their eyes went wide. True D realm martial artists had thick divine essence. The time that they persisted was a little longer, but it was also just a little longer. First firmament and second firmament, true D martial artists started kicking the bucket. Save me. I don't want to die. Lu Yan, you've doomed us. Lord Yi Yuan, we were wrong. I beg you, save me. In the air, miserable wails echoed together. Those late-stage true D powerhouses all had ghastly pale faces. Their strength was powerful, forcefully suppressing the poison. Except that poison was akin to a desolate beast, wreaking havoc within their bodies, and actually had signs of losing control. A ninth firmament true D City Lord said in agony, are really a mistake this time. Just what kind of existence is this Yi Yuan? What poison is this? It's actually so strong. I almost can't suppress it anymore. This Yi Yuan simply has abilities that even DS and ghosts cannot fathom. When DS fight, small imps like us suffer. These ninth firmament, true D were all incomparably anguished. Right now, their intestines were green with regret. Only then did they understand what Yi Yuan's warning previously meant. He was really giving them a lease on life. But they did not believe it at all, and they took it as a joke. Only now did they know that turns out they were the joke. It was just that. Who could have predicted such means? Yi Yuan actually hid the poison in the void and made everyone get poisoned with this kind of indiscriminate method. His means were simply inconceivable. Feeling the poison in his body gradually dissipating, Yu Wenfeng had the joy of surviving a calamity. His complexion was deathly pale, using an extremely awe-stricken gaze to look at Yi Yuan. And Master Yi, just what poison is this? Even ninth firmament true DS can't withstand it either. Yu Wenfeng said with lingering fear in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Wenfeng and lightly spat 3 words out of his mouth. 100 miles. Incense. Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. Chapter 2007. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than bully one poison master. 100 miles incense. Yu Wenfeng could not help becoming absent-minded. Such a beautiful name, but it killed upon infliction. Was this the strength of the alchemy celestial pavilion's head elder? One would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to bully one poison master. This sentence suddenly popped out in Yu Wenfeng's mind. This was a saying that was widely circulated in the Heavenspan world, but in reality, it had already been too long since anyone remembered this sentence. The meaning was very simple. People would rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to go against a poison master. Clearly, the deterrent force of a poison master was extremely great. Poison Dao was merely a branch of alchemy Dao, and a powerful alchemy D would rarely divide out his energy to go and research the poison path. Poison master was an occupation that made people fearful. Rarely would people dare to go and provoke them. Powerhouses who studied the poison path tend to be cruel and black-hearted people. They simply had no scruples when doing things. There was once a 7-star poison master who poisoned a great imperial capital into a dead city in his fury. Not a single person escaped. In Lu Yan's impression, Yi Yuan was just a peerless genius who could defeat and even kill Lu Zi. But he forgot that Yi Yuan was also an alchemy master who was formidable until it made people fearful. The alchemy Tao that Yi Yuan understood had long already pointed right at the source. His poison Tao attainments did not pale much in comparison to his alchemy Tao. It was just that Yi Yuan rarely used poison, so the world did not know. But today, it shocked the world. 100 Miles incense was a type of strong poison that Yi Yuan manufactured. Even if a ninth firmament true G, D got hit by it, it was also 9 chances to die and 1 chance to survive. But it was easier said than done to make a ninth firmament true G, D be poisoned. As long as true G, D realm mighty experts opened up their protective divine essence and world domain, they could easily I plus ELD the poison gas outside. Hence, Yi Yuan made use of spatial law and laid down a large-scale poison array in the void. Inside this poison array, extremely strong corrosive origin eroding water was even incorporated into it. As long as one entered this area of S, P, AC, and Yi Yuan activated the array formation, the 100 Miles incense would be able to seep into the world domain of martial artists along with the origin eroding water, poisoning them from there. This was the grand array that Yi Yuan meticulously set up, specifically used to deal with these true G-O-D realm powerhouses. As for those celestial deity realms, they were merely bystanders who were implicated. The scope of the poison array that Yi Yuan set up was not large. The vast majority of celestial deity realm martial artists escaped by the skin of their teeth. It was just that the shock in their hearts currently could not use words to describe it all. Too scary. Several thousand true G-O-D realm powerhouses, 70% died in a blink of an eye, 70%. Just what kind of a terrifying opponent has Emperor Lu Yen provoked? Master Yi Yuan practiced medicine in order to help the people, and has saved no idea how many people. But no one could have thought that he was actually also such a terrifying poison master. Looking at the true D powerhouses who were still struggling, everyone sucked in cold breaths, faces turning white. They would never forget such a scene for life. It was too shocking. And Master Yi was forced into it. He previously warned us. It's just that we didn't listen at all. Suddenly, someone said in the crowd, death-like silence. They suddenly recalled that sigh of Yi Yuan's. It turned out that all the way until the final moment, Yi Yuan did not wish to make use of this poison array too. But he had no choice. Facing such a powerful enemy, if he did not use cruel means, he could not tide over this disaster at all. Very soon, 7th firmament true G-O-D powerhouses started toppling one by one. When Yu Wenfeng looked at this scene, his heart felt an icy chill. He had lived for 1,000,000 years and had yet to be so grateful to a decision he made before. 100 Miles incense is a kind of strong poison that I created after breaking through to rank 6. Even if it's a 9th firmament true G-O-D, as long as they smell the fragrance. Even if they have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also powerless to remedy the situation. I originally didn't want to do this kind of terrible thing, but these people are clearly willing to be that Lu Yan's lackey. I could only do this. I gave them the chance, but it was them who missed it themselves. Beside Yu Wenfeng's ear, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Wenfeng's emotions could not calm down for a long time. Only after a long time did he suck in a deep breath and said, Master Yi already showed mercy. If you were really cruel and merciless, these 100,000 over people, it's likely that no more than a few people can survive. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, I roughly calculated the dimensions when laying down the poison array in the void. Any smaller, and there will likely be fishes that slip through the net. Yu Wenfeng listened until he palpitated with anxiety and fear. Yi Yuan's means were simply inconceivable. laying down such a horrifying poison array in the void. Probably only a freak like Yi Yuan could accomplish it, right? The shock of the martial artists in his city was not the least bit lesser than those celestial deity realm powerhouses outside. Their eyes were glued at the sky above, even forgetting to cheer. WE1 in the crowd. No idea who suddenly said a sentence, immediately setting off a big hoo-ha. Lord Yi Yuan is really too incredible. I always thought that he was just an exceptional alchemy G. Oh, D. I didn't expect that his poison Dao attainments are not the slightest bit inferior to his alchemy Dao. So those late-stage true G, O, D realm powerhouses are gone just like that. Heh, they deserve to die. These people were all here to Ma's sacred the city. Even so, Lord Yi Yuan still gave them the chance. It was them who were seeking death. Ha ha ha. We really followed the right person. Our heavenly eagle imperial city might be able to develop into a peak heavenly emperor Badamanda in the future. The city was rejoicing. Ever since Lu Yen issued the Empyrean order, they had always been in the midst of despair. All the way until today, Yi Yuan gave Lu Yen a resounding slap with ruthless means. This slap was sufficient to shock the world. In the City Lord Manor, at 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, Brother Lu, at this time, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has probably already been leveled to the ground, right? Deng Yunzai was calculating the time. Rather delighted in his heart, Lu Yen nodded his head and said, "At this hour, it should be about there. Yi Yuan, this brat should already be in despair, right? Wait until they detain that punk and bring him to 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital. This Empyrean will let him know what's called life worse than death." Dai Chuanhao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Over 100,000 martial artists bearing down on the borders, blotting out the sky. He's probably trembling now, right?" Lu Yen sneered coldly and said, "What this Empyrean wants is his despair. Otherwise, even grinding his bones to dust will still can't dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart." The 3 people were currently talking when a black-clothed, armored soldier scrambled into the hall frantically. "City Lord! City Lord! Things are bad." The black-clothed armored soldier had a FLUS tiered expression, rambling incoherently. Lu Yan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold smile, "What's going on? Didn't I let you keep an eye on the intel there? Why are you panicking until like this? Could it be that the sky fell down?" The black-clothed armored soldier said with a crying face, "City Lord, 2 Lord Empyreans, the sky really fell down under the Empyrean order. The 187 imperial capitals that are subordinate to the 5 Firmament Great Imperial Capital, 4321 True G, O, D realm powerhouses are all talking up to here." The black-clothed armored soldier could not continue anymore. Lu Yan's entire body trembled. A terrifying aura was released from his body, and he yelled furiously, "All what?" The black-clothed armored soldier swallowed his saliva and used a mosquito-like voice to say, "Completely annihilated." Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Chapter 2008. Are you brain damaged? Talking nonsense. These 2 words, Lu Yen practically squeezed them out of the crevices between his teeth. Deng and Dai, 2 people, both of their eyes became wide saucers. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, turning stiff. This piece of news was seriously too astounding. Lu Yen pointed at that black-clothed armored soldier's nose and roared angrily, "In a tiny little imperial city, the strongest is merely 4th Firmament True G, OD. This Empyrean sent an army of 100,000, and just the 9th Firmament True G, O, DS are as many as more than a dozen. How can they possibly be completely wiped out? Did you not bring your brain when you come to report? Lu Yan's roar was virtually going to bring down the roof. The black-clothed armored soldier was practically turning limp on the ground under Lu Yan's enormous pressure, unable to even speak. How could the might of an Empyrean be what a puny little soldier can withstand? At this time, Deng Yunzai was the first to come to his senses. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yan and said, "Brother Lu Yan, calm your anger. Let him finish saying." Done talking, he turned to the black-clothed armored soldier again and said, "Quickly say what in the world had happened." How could the black-clothed armored soldier dare to dawdle? He recounted the events of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true Ji, D powerhouses to death in detail. Lu Yan, 3 people listened until they stared dumbfoundedly, with slack jaws. They never would have thought that what they waited for was actually such a result. This, how can this be? How could it be like this? Lu Yan took several steps back in a row, face full of disbelief. The black-clothed, armored soldier naturally could not possibly be lying. It was just that he was not willing to believe it himself. This piece of news made people unable to believe it. He was not willing to believe it at all. This way, wouldn't he, this 5-firmament great imperial capital's city lord, become a lone general without an army? This move of Yi Yuan's was really too ruthless. Right now, all of the imperial capitals under his command actually all become empty cities, without a true D realm powerhouse holding down the fort. How could an imperial capital still be worthy of being called an imperial capital? It directly dropped a level, becoming an imperial city. From great imperial capital directly to imperial capital. Wouldn't he, this great imperial capital's city lord, become a laughingstock of the world? Lu Yan was virtually breaking down. This blade of Yi Yuan's directly chopped the level of the cities under his jurisdiction in 2 at the waist. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao similarly had vacant faces. They exchanged a glance, both seeing incredulity from the other party's eyes. Void poison refining formation. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. Just what kind of freak is this kid? Deng Yunzai said in shock. Rather provoke 3,000 powerful enemies than to bully 1 poison master. Who could have thought that this kid also had such inconceivable attainments in the path of poison? Dai Chuanhao said with a bitter look, the rule of Empyreans had always been as strong as iron. Unless it was similarly an Empyrean, otherwise no one could shake them at all. But this kind of understanding was clearly not too applicable when used on Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Lu Yan's aura turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Looks like he's forcing this Empyrean to personally make a move. This time, this Empyrean is going to flay his skin and pull out his tendons, refine his soul alive, make him never be able to reincarnate for all of eternity." At Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was rejoice among the people. "Ha! Big brother, since I knew you until now, I really rarely saw you use poison. This battle is to the immense satisfaction of the Ma. SES. White Light said with an excited face. Master's methods are indeed inconceivable. We shouldn't have doubted you. Bai Chen also said with an excited look. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Us alchemists will not talk about bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but we also shouldn't commit too much slaughter. If not for that Lu Yan pus, plussing people too far, I also wouldn't be willing to use this poison formation." As an alchemist, Yi Yuan had his own stance, but living 2 lifetimes, he was also not a foolish person. Other people already killed to the doorstep. He naturally would not fold his arms and wait for death. Bai Tong had not exited seclusion yet. He could only use this sort of method to meet the enemy. Otherwise, the one who died would be him. These few years, Yu Wenfeng had been in a state of immense shock the whole time. toward Yi Yuan's unfathomable means. He was long already wholeheartedly convinced. But at this time, his brows were tightly knitted, and he said, "Master Yi, this Yu doesn't want to be a wet blanket. It's just that, this way, Emperor Liu Yan will likely personally take action. Emperor Liu Yan is a second firmament Emperor expert. Furthermore, Deng Wei and Dai Yang you killed, their two major families' ancestors, are both Emperor powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled when he heard it and said, "Many thanks for Brother Yu's warning. But it's just 3 Emperors, so not a big deal." Yu Wenfeng felt stifled when he heard that, nearly choking on a breath of air. Just 3 Emperors? Emperors were not a big deal? This kind of thing, it was really his first time hearing it. Emperors already stood at the apex of ordinary martial artists. Apart from those fleeting and ephemeral heavenly emperor powerhouses, no one dared to not take them seriously. Emperors, even if first firmament Emperor, no one dared to slight them too. But 3 Emperors were actually so beneath contempt coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Right at this time, a horrifying aura instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. "Yi Yuan punk, I give you 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and get out to die. If you're late for a second, this Emperor will directly turn Heavenly Eagle to dust." A thunderous, furious roar sounded out in every corner of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This horrifying pressure made some weaker martial artists directly spurt fresh blood wildly, collapsing to the ground. Emperor! It's an Emperor powerhouse. My G.O.D., an Emperor powerhouse personally moved into action. What to do here? The city was in a panic. This powerful pressure made them virtually about to suffocate. Yu Wenfeng's face changed, his face instinctively revealing a fearful expression. Yi Yuan said coolly, "This Liu Yan is really domineering, wanting to annihilate the whole city at a drop of the hat. I'll go and meet him." Done talking, his figure moved, directly disappearing from inside the City Lord Manor. The others also had visible changes in countenance, hurriedly going out of City Lord Manor, and looking over toward the sky. Above the void, 3 figures stood in the air. That horrifying pressure made the world tremble. Yi Yuan's figure emerged, facing the 3 people from far away. Liu Yan's pupils constricted, clearly somewhat surprised at Yi Yuan's spatial law. But very soon, his surprise was replaced by fury. "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan's face was without fear as he said coolly, "That's right." Liu Yan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Do you know your crime?" Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, "Don't know." "You. Insolence. You killed my child Z, poisoned my true G. Oh, DR me to death. The crimes you committed are too numerous to be recorded. You actually said that you don't know?" Lu Zi was triggered by Yi Yuan's attitude and could not refrain from saying in a great rage. Yi Yuan was still calm as he said, "Lu Zi killed my citizens indiscriminately, imprisoned my loved ones, and even wanted to send me to 5 firmament great imperial capital to carry out an execution on the spot. Your meaning is that I have to stand here and let her kill? You sent an army of 100,000 to Ma's sacre the city, saying that spare none. Your meaning is also to have me stand here and let them kill? Are you brain damaged?" Yi Yuan's voice spread throughout the entire city, making everyone shudder with fear. Lord Yi Yuan was indeed well deserving of being Lord Yi Yuan. These words were domineering. Chapter 2009. Is an Emperor very impressive? Chapter 2009. Is an Emperor very impressive? Liu Yan was angered until his expression was livid. Since he stepped in Emperor, no one had dared to speak to him this way. But the moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was calling him brain-damaged. Disobeying an Empyrean was a serious crime. His 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Insolence! This Empyrean's words are the words of an emperor. Ask you to die. You have to die. To dare disobey this Empyrean. Even if you want to die today, you can't do it either." By the side, Deng Yunzai said in a cold voice, "Brother Lu Yan, talking nonsense with him for what? Directly take this brat down and grind his bones to dust and refine his soul alive. See if he still dares to be so arrogant." But when Yi Yuan heard that, his face revealed a mocking look. He said with a cold smile, "Grind my bones to dust? Refine my soul alive? Your esteemed self's methods are so ruthless." Deng Yunzai snorted coldly and said, "Why? No to be scared? It's useless. In front of us Empyreans, you're an ant. Moreover, it's 3 Empyreans standing in front of you. Those methods of yours are not worth mentioning at all in front of us. However, to be able to alarm the 3 of us to come forward personally, you can be sufficiently proud." In Deng Yunzai's view, for a puny little 3rd firmament true G, to be able to startle the 3 of the mighty Empyreans to descend in person, this was something worthy of him to be proud of. How Blee was the status of an Empyrean. They were normally utterly disdainful to take action against a puny little true G, D-realm. But today, they made an exception and came. When the martial artists in the city saw Yi Yuan facing the Empyrean powerhouses squarely, each and every one of their souls were about to fly out. Those are Empyrean powerhouses. Lord Yi Yuan gained their rancor right away. Lord Yi Yuan would rather break than bend. If I were standing in front of an Empyrean, my legs would probably be soft. I'm really breaking out into a sweat for Lord Yi Yuan. Although I feel that Lord Yi Yuan has other trump cards, I really can't figure out what trump cards he still has to be able to deal with Empyrean powerhouses. To say that they were not worried, that was impossible. Although Yi Yuan created a miracle previously, exterminating several thousand true D-realm powerhouses by himself, these 3 people in front of him were Empyreans. Several thousand true D-realms sounded intimidating, but in front of an Empyrean powerhouse, they were like paper paste. Even if there was only 1 Deng Yunzai present, those several thousand true D-realm powerhouses would not be able to stir up any waves at all. This was the disparity between Empyrean realm and true D-realm. This kind of disparity could not be made up for using numbers at all. But Yi Yuan created miracles time and again, making Heavenly Eagle's martial artists have a kind of incomprehensible confidence in him. This intense paradoxical sense made them worried about Yi Yuan's safety. At the same time, they also looked forward to what kind of heaven-shocking move he would come up with again. The moment he heard Deng Yunzai's words, Yi Yuan was amused. "Is an Empyrean very impressive? My methods are far from what you guys can surmise." Lu Yan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Whether or not it's impressive, you'll know right away. Your so-called measures are utterly not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength." His patience was already completely whittled away by Yi Yuan. He thought that with him personally descending would make Yi Yuan scared, would make Yi Yuan shudder with terror, even kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. But none of that happened. Not only that, each word that Yi Yuan had said choked him half to death. On Lu Yan's body, the might of an Empyrean suddenly released, directly grabbing at Yi Yuan with a palm. Yi Yuan had a calm look, not having the intention of taking action at all. Lu Yan laughed coldly and said, "The big talk was pretty good, but aren't you still surrendering with folded arms?" But right at this time, A layer of ripples suddenly emerged in the SPAC between him and Yi Yuan. An Empyrean pressure that did not belong to him suddenly erupted. A palm reached out from within the void, directly plussing together with him. Bang! Lu Yan's figure retreated explosively, looking at that youth in white opposite, shock all over his face. Second firmament. Empyrean. Lu Yan said in disbelief. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao's pupils constricted, being surprised by this youth in white who suddenly appeared. When did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City have such an additional super powerhouse? Lu Yan's brows were tightly knitted, his expression extremely grim as he looked at Bai Tong and said in a solemn voice, "This fellow Taoist, this Empyrean is the master of 5 firmament great imperial capital. Today, I came to clean up my household. Please don't intervene in this matter." Bai Tong looked at Lu Yan and said with a look of amuse, "Ement. Yi Yuan is my good brother, but you're asking me not to intervene? You aren't brain damaged, right?" Lu Yan's face instantly turned black as the bottom of a wok. Why was this guy's mouth so sarcastic too? The words that came out were actually the exact same as Yi Yuan's too, but what was even more in his heart was shock. A second firmament Empyrean actually addressed Yi Yuan, this third firmament True Ji, as his brother? Lu Yan was currently in a state of disbelief when a series of exclamations suddenly came from inside the city. I assent that Lord Bai Tong, it really is. Wasn't Lord Bai Tong fourth firmament True Ji? Why did he break through to become a second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden? This is also too fast, right? Ha ha ha. Lord Yi Yuan is Lord Yi Yuan. He indeed had a contingency plan. Lord Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao is unparalleled. It must be that he triggered with medicinal pills. That Lord Bai Rong broke through to Empyrean realm. Bai Tong had taken action several times. The martial artists in the city were all not foreign to him. With this appearance, he leaped from fourth firmament True Ji, to second firmament Empyrean all of a sudden, making everyone exclaim with admiration. They did not know that Bai Tong was originally an Empyrean powerhouse. This kind of leaping-style breakthrough was simply incredible. How shocking were the eyes and ears of Empyrean powerhouses. The discussion of the martial artists in the city made Lu Yan three people's eyes almost pop out. A fourth firmament True Ji, this one front of them was that Heavenly Eagle's fourth firmament True Ji. Just how long had it been? He directly broke through to second firmament Empyrean from fourth firmament True Ji. There was a myriad of profanities running across in Lu Yan three people's minds. Don't be so demoralizing. Just what medicinal pill did you freaking refine? Lu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you think that pulling out a second firmament Empyrean, and it's fine? Don't you forget, we have 3 Empyrean powerhouses." As he said to Deng and Dai, 2 people, "I'll tie down this fellow. You guys go and deal with that punk. Take him down immediately. Don't play with him anymore." Deng and Dai, 2 people, nodded their heads in response. Lu Yan leaped, plussing together with Bai Tong. Bai Tong's sleeves waved. A folded fan lightly pointed out. It was shockingly an Empyrean spirit treasure. It was only to see him step forward and actually ignore Yi Yuan, who was behind him. A powerful aura hit from head on. Lu Yan's face changed. He did not have an Empyrean spirit treasure. How could he have Empyrean spirit treasure? How could everyone have one? With this exchange of blows, he was immediately suppressed by Bai Tong. "Quickly attack. This guy isn't easy to deal with." Lu Yan roared loudly. When the martial artists in the city saw the situation, they could not help getting a big shock. Not good. Lord Yi Yuan was too careless. The other party has 3 Empyreans. Lord Yi Yuan, quickly run! The martial artists in the city all cried out in shock. Deng and Dai, 2 people, exchanged a glance, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a cold smile, "Punk, resign yourself to fate. This time, I see who else will come and save you." Done talking, the 2 people stepped forward and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, there was another ripple in the void. 2 figures stepped out of the void. Chapter 2010, Repeated Surprises. Chapter 2010, Repeated Surprises. It's another 2 Empyrean powerhouses. My G. Oh, D, is this a magic trick? Sure enough, Lord Yi Yuan's methods are inconceivable. Looking at those 2 figures above the void, the martial artists in the city seethed with excitement. Their eyes were full of wars. H, I plus P, already treating Yi Yuan as AG. Oh, like existence. Back then, when Lu Zi came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how insufferably arrogant was she. These Empyrean powerhouses were high and mighty, aloof from the world. But now, their faces were slapped resoundingly by Lord Yi Yuan. These martial artists, who were living at the bottom, were really satisfied to the max. Everyone knew that Empyrean powerhouses could not be opposed, but no one could have thought that Yi Yuan actually magicked out 3 Empyrean powerhouses like a magic trick. You send an army of 100,000, I annihilated all of your true G, O, D powerhouses. You had 3 great Empyreans come. I'll magic out 3 great Empyreans. No matter what means you have, in front of Lord Yi Yuan, you could only be crushed dejectedly. Is an Empyrean very impressive? This sentence was still ringing in his ears. It was not that Yi Yuan was arrogant, but that he really had the capital to look down on Lu Yen. These 2 great Empyreans that suddenly appeared, one had an old figure, but was in good health. The other reached middle-aged, seemingly in high and vigorous spirit. However, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao's current gazes were all gathered on that middle-aged person, full of disbelief. Duan Yi. 2 people cried out in surprise at the same time, gazes full of disbelief. This middle-aged person. They all recognized him. It was precisely 5 firmament great imperial capitals' myriad treasure towers' tower lord, Duan Yi. They were too familiar with Duan Yi. He had already been stuck at peak 9th firmament true G, O, D realm for several 100,000 years. Barring no accidents, it was totally impossible to break through to the Empyrean realm. But the problem was something impossible had occurred now. You actually broke through to the Empyrean realm? Deng Yunzai felt that this world was too crazy. Was the Empyrean realm so easy to break through to? Duan smiled and said, a fluke. For this Duan to be able to break through, it was all thanks to Elder Ye's credit. If not for him refining a heaven-seizing good fortune pill for this Duan can forget about breaking through to the realm of Empyrean in this lifetime. The pupils of Deng and Dai, 2 people constricted, crying out in surprise, H heaven-seizing good fortune pill. How is this possible? Duan just smiled and said, what does the heaven-seizing good fortune pill count for to Elder Yi? His methods. You all can't imagine it at all. Otherwise, how could he become our alchemy celestial pavilion's head elder? H head elder? These 2 people seemed to have been struck by bolts of lightning, standing transfixed on the spot. They only thought that Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao strength was decent. How could they have imagined that Yi Yuan was actually the Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder? Alchemy Celestial Pavilion elders. They were all peak 6-star Alchemy G, O, DS, and their strengths were exceedingly formidable. Yi Yuan, a mere 3rd firmament true G, O, D, actually overpowered a group of peak 6th firmament alchemy G. ODS, they suddenly discovered that their understanding of Yi Yuan was far too little. In martial Dao, Yi Yuan slew Lu Zi, who comprehended the laws of 5 elements. In poison Dao, Yi Yuan refined a formation in the void, eradicating thousands of true Ji, D powerhouses. In alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan even refined the heaven-seizing good fortune pill, letting the Duan Yi who could not break through to the Empyrean realm for several 100,000 years, to now successfully break through becoming an Empyrean, living to a ripe old age. They had never seen before such a monstrous figure too. Far away, the Lu Yen in the middle of a great battle was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. He never thought that the land he governed actually produced such an alchemy martial dual unrivaled prodigy. But under this kind of circumstances, both parties already did not have room to salvage it. Stop talking nonsense with them. Those two people merely just broke through to Empyrean realm. Hurry up and take care of them. Don't you guys want to avenge Deng Wei's and Dai Yang's enmity? Lu Yen said with a cold shout. Dai Chuanhao's gaze turned to the other old man. His gaze cold as he said, "Who is your esteemed self? Why are you intervening in my 5 firmaments affairs?" It was only to see that old man said coolly. This old man was originally Extreme Light Imperial City's Profound Secrets Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Jian Hongshao. Obtaining Yi Yuan's help, I returned to Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital now, and Imbara, singly, I am now a Stellar Hall's elder. What? You're Jian Hongshao? Weren't you a celestial deity, realm martial artist? Why did you also break through to the Empyrean realm now? Deng and Dai, 2 people, were practically about to break down. Information about this Jian Hongshao they naturally knew. After all, Extreme Light Imperial City was not considered far from 5 firmament great imperial capital. This Yi Yuan really seemed to be performing a magic trick, turning a 4th firmament true Ji, D into a 2nd firmament true Ji, D in a short time, and similarly turning a celestial deity realm powerhouse into a 1st firmament Empyrean. Jian Hongshao smiled and said, "This Empyrean got a backlash from heavenly Dao back then. My strength greatly diminished. That's why I would lay dormant in Extreme Light Imperial City. Now, obtaining Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, not only did my strength recover full, it even improved a step further, breaking through to the Empyrean realm." These 2 people were turning numb. What kind of place was Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital? That was the Jian family's territory. They could not give Jian Hongshao face, but could it be that they were not going to give face to Jian Sutao behind Jian Hongshao? Moreover, there was even a heavenly emperor profound secrets that the entire heaven-span world dreaded behind them. Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao exchanged a glance. Suddenly, their gazes turned sharp. "Gentlemen, Yi Yuan and our enmity cannot coexist under the same sky. Today, no matter what ident, 1. tie you have, those who dare bar us from capturing Yi Yuan will determine life and death." Deng Yunzai said, ferociously, asking them to stomach this grievance. They seriously could not do it. It was just that their threat did not have any effect at all. Duan Yi just said coolly, "Yi Yuan is my alchemy, Celestial Pavilion's head elder, so this Empyrean naturally has to ensure his safety. Want to fight? Then fight." Jian Hongshao also had a calm face as he said, "Yi Yuan and I are sworn friends for life. Want to kill him? Step over this Empyrean's corpse." As he said, Duan Yi and Jian Hongshao, 2 people, turned their palms over, each taking out a weapon. In Duan Yi's hand was a bone sword. In Jian Hongshao's hand was a war banner. Empyrean spirit treasures. You guys just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long, and you actually have Empyrean spirit treasures already? Deng Yunzai was practically going mad. These two Empyrean spirit treasures were naturally the Bone Sword and Stellar War Banner. These two Empyrean spirit treasures, when placed in Duan Yi's and Jian Hongxiao's hands, the power was more than a magnitude stronger than in Yi Yuan's hands. "Want to fight? Then fight. What's with all these nonsense?" Duan Yi laughed coldly. Thrusting a sword out, the wind and clouds changed colors. The moment Jian Hongxiao's stellar war banner unfurled, horrifying stellar energy swept over towards Dai Chuanhao. Four Empyrean powerhouses instantly clashed together. Although Duan Yi and Jian Hongxiao, two people just entered Empyrean, what they consumed were vast spirit divine pills. Their realm had long already consolidated. There was no way they looked like they just entered the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the Empyrean spirit treasures in their hands, after both sides came into contact, they directly crushed Deng and Dai, two people, until they could not breathe. Over there, Lu Yen became more alarmed the more he fought, and wanted to vomit blood the more he fought. When Bai Tong made his move, he did not defend at all. Only after several exchanges did Lu Yen discover that Bai Tong was actually wearing an Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. Bai Tong was holding an offensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure in his hand, and he was wearing a defensive-type Empyrean spirit treasure on his body. However, the two people's cultivation realms were more or less the same. So how could Lu Yen fight against him? After a few exchanges, Lu Yen could only defend Pa-S Sively. How was there still strength to counterattack? Chapter 2011. Make a trip with me. Chapter 2011. Make a trip with me. Above the void, two figures clashed. Lu Yen retreated in defeat time and again under Bai Tong's folded fan, virtually without strength to retaliate. If he really fought recklessly, he could hurt Bai Tong too, but the problem was Bai Tong was wearing the Qinghong battle armor on his body. The same damage. He suffered 100%. Bai Tong would only suffer 50%, or even 30%. Continuing to fight like this, the one to cave first could only be him. Looking at the other two areas again, Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao were similarly being suppressed by their opponents. Lu Yan's heart sank to rock bottom with a rush. The three of them came in a threatening and overbearing manner, fully thinking that they had cornered Yi Yuan, who knew that they were actually being forced into a desperate strait by Yi Yuan now, producing clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with another was talking about Yi Yuan this kind, right? Even though Yi Yuan was just a puny little true Ji. Oh, D-Realm, the appearance of these three great Empyreans in front of them all had direct connections with Yi Yuan. Furthermore, when did Empyrean powerhouses and Empyrean spirit treasures become so worthless? One tremendous force after another came over. Lu Yan's innards were in upheaval, virtually wanting to vomit blood. Poor. Finally, Lu Yan could not refrain from spewing out a mouthful of blood. With consecutive clashes, he already sustained considerable internal injuries. No way. At this rate, I'll definitely suck. You, and be here. This guy's strength is above mine to begin with, and he also has the help of Empyrean spirit treasures. I don't have a chance at all. Lu Yan finally got a clear understanding of the situation. From exchanging blows until now, the combat power that Lu Yan exhibited far surpassed, said Lu Yan's imaginations. How is this a newbie who just entered Empyrean? This was clearly an old eccentric who had entered Empyrean for many years. Lu Yan already faintly guessed in his heart that Bai Tong was likely Empyrean realm in the first place. It was just that because of some reasons he would fall to true Ji, D-Realm. But this way, he clearly had even less of a chance. Lu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Where's there's life, there's hope. Retreat." Done talking, Lu Yan's divine essence surged, using even the strength to suckle for milk, finally forcing Bai Tong back a little. And he seized this opportunity to turn around and escape. Bai Tong just smiled coldly and said, "Want to go? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see his figure flash and actually directly block Lu Yan's path. Lu Yan's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "A spatial law!" Bai Tong was not an ordinary Empyrean powerhouse. He also knew spatial law. An emotion called despair spread in Lu Yan's heart. He gritted his teeth and said to Bai Tong in a cold voice, "Must you force me to mutual destruction?" Bai Tong looked at him very calmly and said, "Mutual destruction? Just based on you?" He was originally a peak Empyrean superpowerhouse. How much greater was his strength compared to Lu Yan? Although his realm was more or less the same as Lu Yan's at present, he still had Yi Yuan's Qinghong battle armor and his carefree jade fan, these two Empyrean spirit treasures. No matter what trump card Lu Yan had, he did not fear in the slightest too. Bai Tong waved his hand and attacked again, without another word. Lu Yan felt his scalp tingle. Helpless, he could only meet the battle pas sively. However, although Yi Yuan's side was domineering, wanting to take the other party down within a short time also could not be done. Both parties' battle actually lasted for 3 days and nights. The current Lu Yan had a head of disheveled hair, his breathing being in disorder. How was there any demeanor of the lord of a city still? Rather, he was exactly like the beggars on the roadside. The other two people were also not much better than him, already forced into a desperate strait. "Yi Yuan, I'm an Empyrean under Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether's command. You dare to kill me? You can create several Empyreans, but can you create a Heavenly Emperor? If you kill me, Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether definitely won't let you off." Lu Yan used the last of his strength to roar. The moment these words came out, the entire city was shocked. If they were still able to imagine Empyreans, Heavenly Emperor already exceeded their imaginations. Offending a Heavenly Emperor, the consequences were extremely terrifying. At the top of city walls, Yi Yuan stood in the air and said coolly, "Even if I let you off, could it be that you won't go find Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether to get reinforcements? At that time, what will I use to restrain you? Since that's the case, better to kill you. Brother Bai, don't need to hold back. Feel free to kill." Bai Tong nodded slightly, the force in his hands becoming heavier. Both parties' conflict clearly could not be mediated already. Wouldn't threatening again now be a joke? The matters in the future. Talk again in the future. Furthermore, Bai Tong had a score in his heart. Even if he really killed Lu Yan, Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether might not really get angry. After all, a future 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D compared to a mere second firmament Empyrean, which held greater weight. It was impossible for Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether to not be able to differentiate. Toward an existence like Yi Yuan, the significance of roping in was clearly greater than killing and being merry after. Bang! Bai Tong pointed a fan out. Lu Yan's world domain was akin to having suffered a heavy blow, figure directly flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. The current Lu Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. During this time, Lu Yan naturally unleashed all of his killing moves. But Bai Tong had 2 Empyrean spirit treasures and did not fear the other party's killing moves at all. Bai Tong's 2 eyes narrowed slightly and said coolly, "About time to send you on your way." Lu Yan's pupils constricted, eyes revealing a look of unwillingness and despair. He never dreamed that he would actually die here. This place was just a tiny little imperial city. Bai Tong pointed a fan out again. A powerful white light headed straight for Lu Yan. But right at this time, a layer of ripple surfaced in S.P.S.E. A figure stepped out of the void and just lightly waved a hand. The white light was instantly extinguished. Bai Tong's pupils constricted, looking at the arrival with apprehension. This was a gray-robed old man. The aura on his body, even the current Bai Tong, also felt terrified. In the city, including Yi Yuan, their faces all changed. This gray-robed old man was very strong. When Lu Yen saw the old man, his face revealed a look of wild elation, and he cried out in surprise, "Brother Tsang Yuan! Ha ha ha, you came right in the nick of time." Yi Yuan, this traitor, actually dared to murder an Empyrean. His crime is unpardonable. Empyrean Tsang Yuan did not look at Lu Yen, but looked towards Bai Tong and said, "Your esteemed self wants to kill my extreme nether Bodhidharma. That is treating Heavenly Emperor extreme, nether too lightly, right?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and his figure moved, stepping forward to welcome, saying coolly, "It was him who was overbearing. We merely retaliated. Why is it only he's allowed to kill, and others aren't allowed to kill him?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, and said, "You're that Yi Yuan who poisoned several thousand true Ji, OD realms to death?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if yes?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan nodded his head and said, "Then that's right, make a trip with me." Hearing this, everyone's faces changed. This Empyrean powerhouse who suddenly appeared was actually here. For Yi Yuan, they did not expect that the matter of Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true Ji, D realms to death, actually spread to extreme nether Bodhidharma. This was troublesome. This Empyrean Tsang Yuan strength was clearly stronger than Bai Tong, the realm of Empyrean realm. Even if it was just the difference of one minor realm, it was also a gap that could not be made up for. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "If I don't go with you?" Empyrean Tsang Yuan smiled slightly. The Empyrean pressure on his body suddenly released. A power that was several times stronger than Lu Yen spread between heaven and earth. "That's not up to you." Empyrean Tsang Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said, coolly, Chapter 2012, Yi Yuan's Connections. Chapter 2012, Yi Yuan's Connections, 4th Firmament Empyrean. This is 4th Firmament Empyrean. My G, OD, what to do now? The realm of Empyrean realm. One realm is one world. In front of a 4th Firmament Empyrean, Lord Yi Yuan likely has no means to contend anymore. There was a cry of exclamations in the city. They were all shocked by the strength that Empyrean Tsang Yuan exhibited. Empyrean realm. The disparity of each minor realm was incomparably huge. Among the powerhouses present, Bai Tong was the strongest. But even if he was carrying 2 Empyrean spirit treasures on him, it also could not make up for this massive gap, let alone that fact that 4th Firmament Empyrean was middle stage Empyrean realm, more than a level stronger than initial stage Empyrean realm. No one could have thought that such a huge change would actually occur. A heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda sent a messenger in person, and it was a middle stage Empyrean realm super powerhouse straight away. Such a person, even if Yi Yuan had exceedingly formidable abilities, he was also powerless to turn the tables anymore. Empyrean Tsang Yuan looked towards Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you walking by yourself? Or do you want this Empyrean to take action?" Being S and ATC, head from the jaws of death, Lu Yen could not resist bursting into laughter and said, "Brat, weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want to kill this Empyrean? Now, this Empyrean will see what means you still have to be arrogant." Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao also revealed looks of wild joy on their faces. This switch from great sorrow to overwhelming joy made them forget their ident. One ties as Empyreans for a moment, roaring with laughter without any scruples. "Yi Yuan punk, this Empyrean will definitely tear you into pieces." Deng Yunzai gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, as Empyrean powerhouses, they had never thought that they would be in despair at the hands of a true Ji, D realm. Rather, it was Empyrean Song Yuan who swept a glance over the three people rather surprisedly, not knowing why they had such great grievances. He had just hurried over. How could he have thought that these three great Empyreans were all created by Yi Yuan single-handedly? The ones who wanted to kill them were clearly those three great Empyrean powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan poisoned thousands of true Ji, D realms to death, these three people also would not go so far as to hate Yi Yuan like this, right? Looking at their appearances, they did not have much hatred toward those three Empyrean powerhouses. Instead, this situation was very strange. While at this time, Jian Hongxiao blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "Fellow Taoist Song Yuan, I'm Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's Stellar Hall's elder, Jian Hongxiao. Yi Yuan is my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's close friend. Are you sure you want to make things difficult for my Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital?" Duan Yi also spoke up. Yi Yuan is my Alchemy Celestial Pavilion's head elder, conversing as peers with Empyrean Flutterfeather. Are you sure you want to bring him away like this? Song Yuan's expression finally changed. Clearly, these two great deities made his countenance have a visible change. Apart from Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether, no one dared to provoke these two great deities in the entire Extreme Nether Bodhidharma, a measly little true Ji. D realm martial artist actually had such a profound background. Song Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He thought about it and shook his head and said, "This Empyrean is on head elder's orders to bring Yi Yuan back to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma. Maybe it isn't a bad thing. If the Bodhidharma thinks highly of him, he will naturally have a meteoric rise in the future, with his future prospects being limitless." When Lu Yan three people heard that, their faces could not help changing. This was not the outcome that they wanted to see. But very soon, Lu Yan's expression calmed down. As long as he entered the Extreme Nether Bodhidharma, there would naturally be ways to deal with him in the future. Yi Yuan looked at Extreme Nether Bodhidharma Song Yuan and said coolly, "Then help me thank Head Elder for his good intentions. But this Yi doesn't have plans to go to Extreme Nether Bodhidharma." Empyrean Song Yuan's brows furrowed. When he heard that, this punk was impervious to everything. It was only to see him snort coldly, and said, "Little brat, truly refusing face when it's given. A mere true G. D, do you really take yourself to be somebody? Even if the two of their ident. 1. Ties are extraordinary. Do you feel that with their strength, it can awe this Empyrean? Forget it. Since that's the case, this Empyrean can't be bothered to waste his breath either. I'll directly bring you away." Finished talking, Empyrean Song Yuan released his aura and strode over on the air. With each step that he took, Song Yuan's imposing momentum grew a notch stronger. Poor work. Finally, Jian Hongxiao and Duan Yi could not endure it, spewing out a mouthful of blood. The disparity was too great. "Move aside." Song Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly. Jian Hongxiao's and Duan Yi's figures were actually unable to hold steady and were directly sent flying by a tremendous force. Without these two people blocking in front, Yi Yuan immediately felt a terrifying pressure come from straight ahead. The pressure of a fourth firmament Empyrean was too fearsome. Cruce. Plussing him until his bones were creaking. Song Yuan looked straight at Yi Yuan and said calmly, "Brat, you're too insolent. You think that there's a few Empyrean backing you up. You can disregard this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you the might of an Empyrean can't be defied. Now, come with me." Finished talking, Song Yuan directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward Yi Yuan. The world domain that surged forward like a torrential tide crushed Yi Yuan until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate at all. However, Song Yuan suddenly discovered that a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, his gaze full of amused. Suddenly, Song Yuan's face changed, his figure retreating explosively. Two figures stepped out of the void, one elderly and one young. The old man looked at Song Yuan and said coolly, "This old man is S.H.I. plus Yuan Chao Yuan. Brother Song Yuan, please give face and lift your hand high up in mercy." Emperor Song Yuan's face changed, and he cried out in surprise, "You're S.H.I. plus Yuan Great Imperial Capital's City Lord, Emperor Chao Yuan?" The old man slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. It's precisely this old man." Song Yuan frowned and said, "Brother Chao Yuan is under Heavenly Emperor Cloudbright's command. Your hand is extending too far, right?" Emperor Chao Yuan said coolly, "Little friend Yi Yuan is my S.H.I. plus Yuan's friend." Hearing that someone wants to be detrimental toward him, this old man specially came forth, wanting to be a mediator. Although the words were said courteously, the meaning of siding with him was already very clear. Emperor Chao Yuan still had a young man beside him. Who was it if not Song Yu? The matter of Yi Yuan Ma's sacring several thousand true Ji. Oh, D realms truly blew up too big. After Song Yu heard about it, he immediately asked Emperor Chao Yuan, hoping that he would come over and help Yi Yuan. Emperor Chao Yuan did not turn it down either, directly coming over. After Song Yu returned, he already told Emperor Chao Yuan all about the events in the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Emperor Chao Yuan was also extremely shocked after listening to it, disregarding that Yi Yuan gave him a lucky chance, just based on that Yi Yuan was a super alchemy Dao genius. This ident. 1. Tai was also worth it for him to be friends with. Emperor Song Yuan snorted coldly and said, "Brother Chao Yuan's face isn't big enough yet. Don't you forget, this place is Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory." "Is that so? Then what if you add us in?" Emperor Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when several more figures stepped out of the void. It was another 3 great Emperor powerhouses, including Emperor Chao Yuan. The auras emitting off of these few people actually did not lose to Emperor Song Yuan. This one is Red Leaf Five Peaks. This one is Fufeng Sky Owl. This one is Blue Mist Red Candle. 3 great Emperor cupped their fists at Song Yuan, each introducing themselves. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that so many Emperor powerhouses would actually have shown up in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City today. Furthermore, each and every one of these Emperor powerhouses was a super powerhouse whose name shook a region. Song Yuan looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost, incredibly shocked in his heart. Just what kind of G.O.D. was this kid to actually be able to trouble so many overlords of a region to come and protect him from hundreds of millions of miles away? Chapter 2013. What a grand spectacle. Chapter 2013. What a grand spectacle. Emperor Chao Yuan, Emperor Five Peaks, Emperor Sky Howl, and Emperor Blue Mist. These 4 people were all 4th Firmament Emperor super powerhouses. Furthermore, the 4 of them belonged under different heavenly emperors. This lineup was simply outrageous to hear, counting in the extreme luck great imperial capital behind Jianhongshao, and the L.U.S. True's gold great imperial capital behind Duan-He. There were 6 major forces fervently supporting Yi Yuan, a 3rd Firmament True G.O.D. Brat actually had such a fearsome influence. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, it was long already boiling with excitement. This show today was truly exciting beyond words, reversing continuously. Yi Yuan's trump cards were dealt out one after another, making people see a blur, more than they could keep up with. Especially these four great Empyreans, this display. The hearts of the martial artists in the city raced madly. These many middle-stage Empyrean realm superpowerhouses they had never even seen before in their lives. Lord Yi Yuan is simply incredible. So many Empyrean powerhouses are all standing up for him. My G.O.D. In all my years, I've never seen before such a grand spectacle. Even if I die today, I'd also be willing. We really followed the right person. Today, even if the Jade Emperor came, he can forget about bringing away his excellency too. The current Heavenly Eagle martial artists were all incomparably proud. They felt proud for being a Heavenly Eagle's martial artist, because they followed a miracle-like Lord. Brother Tsang Yuan, you're a Leviathan of a region. Why is there a need to make things difficult for a puny little imperial city? Can you sell Five Peaks' face and drop this matter? Empyrean Five Peaks said coolly, Brother Tsang Yuan, little friend Yi is a remarkable talent. Even if you guys are inviting, you also can't use this way of inviting. Empyrean Blue Mist also said. Empyrean Tsang Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. Currently, he had ridden a tiger and found it somewhat hard to get off. The line-up in front of him was too great, until he could not quite withstand it anymore. The Lu Yen, three people behind him were long, already staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths gaping. The three of them were thoroughly struck dumb with amazement by Yi Yuan's methods and connections. A measly little third firmament, true G. Oh, D could actually move 6 Leviathans of a region to protect and escort him. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Empyrean Tsang Yuan gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, Fellow Taoists, acting like this is also looking down on my extreme nether Bodhidharma too much. What if I insist on bringing this kid away today? In his own territory, Empyrean Tsang Yuan did not want to lose face. Even if he braved all obstacles, he also had to bring Yi Yuan away. At this time, Empyrean Chao Yuan slowly turned around, looked toward Yi Yuan, and said smilingly, Little friend Yi Yuan, it's merely a city. Why not go to my S.H.I. plus Yuan? This Empyrean will promise you an imperial capital. How about that? At that time, even if you do as you please in the imperial capital, and, body will bother with you either. Empyrean Five Peaks chuckled and said, Brother Chao Yuan, you really know how to be a good guy. Little friend Yi Yuan, come to my red leaf. This Empyrean will promise you 10 imperial capitals. The other 2 people were naturally unwilling to show weakness and also promised great wealth to Yi Yuan. Song Yu and several good friends naturally also urged by the side, all hoping for Yi Yuan to go to their territories. On one side, Empyrean Tsang Yuan's face was purple. If Yi Yuan went to other great imperial capitals, then could he still interfere with him? Weren't you extreme nether Bodhidharma? He isn't in your extreme nether Bodhidharma now. Can you still interfere with him? Furthermore, these few people's words were clearly said for Tsang Yuan to hear, choking him badly. Finished talking, the few Empyrean powerhouses all looked toward Yi Yuan with looks of antic. Asian, hoping for him to pick their side. Already ended up in this state, Yi Yuan had no reason to continue staying. Clearly, leaving was the best choice. With Yi Yuan's talent and means with how vast the world was, he could go anywhere. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards the few Empyreans and said smilingly, Senior's adulation, this Yi appreciates it. It's just that this Yi has lived for many years in Heavenly Eagle and already can't bear to part with this place. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed looks of surprise. Especially the few great Empyrean, they did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refused so straightforwardly. Empyrean Chao Yuan said in surprise, Little friend Yi, you have to think Clearly, Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you, seniors, for coming to aid me from afar. It's just that this Ye's mind is made up. Hope that seniors don't take offense." Song Yuan sneered when he heard that and said, "You see, he doesn't appreciate the kindness at all. Exalted Empyrean powerhouses actually got snubbed despite their good intentions. Truly laughable." Empyrean Chaoyuan frowned slightly and said coolly, "Little friend Yi Yuan, he naturally has the capital to reject. There's no need to sow discord." Song Yuan's pupils constricted, not expecting that these few were actually so protective of Yi Yuan. He snorted coldly and said, "You guys can get in the way for a moment, but could it be that you can still block for a lifetime? Could it be that the few of you can still garrison at Heavenly Eagle every day?" Empyrean Song Yuan's voice had yet to fade when a storm occurred again. Another two figures slowly stepped out of the void. Song Yuan's pupils constricted, staring at those two figures in disbelief. Another two Empyreans. My G. O. D. How many Empyrean powerhouses are coming today before it's considered done? Hang on. Why do I feel that these two Empyreans' auras are unfathomable, even stronger than Empyrean Song Yuan they all? It really is. Could it be that these two great Empyreans are even stronger than them? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was already thoroughly ignited. Today's spectacle, they felt that they could go out and boast for a lifetime already. Such a grand spectacle was rarely seen in all of their lifetimes. One Empyrean powerhouse appearing after another, each stronger than the last. Furthermore, these two Empyreans looked like they were here for Yi Yuan too. Just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, Jian, Hongshao, and Duan, two people each stepped forward and bowed in salute. "I pay respects to Lord Sutao. I pay respects to Lord Flutterfeather." The arrivals were none other than precisely Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather. The expression on Song Yuan's face changed again and again. He was virtually about to suffocate. Extreme Luck Great Imperial Capital's City Lord and L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital's City Lord actually came together. Empyrean Flutterfeather's status was extremely high among Empyreans. One had to know he was an extremely seldom-seen 7-star Alchemy G. O. D. a grand completion Dao realm superpowerhouse, which Empyrean dared to not give him face. Even Heavenly Emperor powerhouses also had to give him some face. As for Jian Sutao, that went even more without saying. His ident. 1. Tai was much more exalted than Jian Hongxiao's. As the lord of a city, what Jian Sutao represented was the Jian family's face. Furthermore, these two people were both 7th Firmament Empyrean superpowerhouses. The two great Empyreans were both major figures who inspired all around. Empyrean Song Yuan was not worth mentioning at all in front of them. Seeing this lineup, even Chao Yuan and the few Empyreans also went forward to bow in salute, expressing respect. Regarding these two people's appearance, Yi Yuan was also greatly surprised. But thinking about it, it was naturally impossible that they came to make things difficult for him. Hence, he stepped forward and said with a bow, "Yi Yuan pays respect to Senior Sutao, Senior Flutterfeather." Jian Sutao nodded slightly and said, "You brat, you really can cause trouble. This Empyrean even heard about your valiant record far in extreme luck." When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help chuckling and paid no attention to it. Rather, it was Empyrean Flutterfeather who suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Yi Yuan, this Empyrean came to find you because I have something to ask of you." Chapter 2014, Cloud Pills Summit. Chapter 2014, Cloud Pills Summit. The moment these words came out, everyone was extremely surprised. What business did the exalted Empyrean Flutterfeather, a late-stage Empyrean great expert, and a peak 7-star alchemy G. O.D. have to request a measly little true G. O.D. realm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Senior Flutterfeather, please say it. Empyrean Flutterfeather opened his mouth and said, 3 years later, the southern border's 7 great peak Empyrean level alchemy Holy Lands will jointly organize an alchemy summit. At that time, there will be countless alchemy geniuses that gather in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. I wonder if you're interested. Yi Yuan still had not expressed anything yet, but then Song Yuan said in surprise, Cloudpill Summit. You're here to invite Yi Yuan to take part in the Cloudpill Summit? The Heavenspan world was centered around the Heavenspan Mountain, dividing into east, south, west, north, and central, 5 borders. The place where Heavenly Eagle was at was the southern border. The southern border's territory was extremely vast, but those able to proclaim to be top alchemy holy lands were not many. The southern border had a total of 7 alchemy great imperial capitals that had long enjoyed a good reputation and were known as peak alchemy holy lands. And among them, it was Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's reputation that was at the height of power and splendor. The Alchemy Summit, initiated by Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital, happened once every 5,000 years. It was a cardinal matter of the southern border's alchemy world. Its name was the Cloudpill Summit. Alchemists able to take part in the Cloudpill Summit were all alchemy geniuses. What shocked Song Yuan was what kind of item. 1. Tai did Empyrean Flutterfeather have to actually personally come to invite Yi Yuan to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Cloudpill Summit. One had to know L.U.S. True's Gold Great Imperial Capital was one of the 7 great peak alchemy holy lands. As an alchemy holy lands master, how venerated was Empyrean Flutterfeather's status. But now he actually personally ran to Heavenly Eagle in order to invite a puny little true G. O.D. realm. How could this not surprise him? Who knew that Empyrean Flutterfeather shook his head slightly and said, It's going to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Cloudpill Summit, but it's not like what you think. With Yi Yuan's strength, him going to take part in the Cloudpill Summit, that would be bullying people. Song Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, Be bullying people? He was somewhat unable to understand why a mere 3rd firmament, true G. D would be bullying people? In the Cloudpill Summit, alchemy geniuses of this level should have a lot. Yi Yuan poisoning several thousand true G. D powerhouses to death this time was seriously too glaring. Hence, in Song Yuan's impression, Yi Yuan was merely a very impressive poison master. Yi Yuan's gaze twinkled, clearly somewhat stirred, and asked, Is this Cloudpill Summit very impressive? The moment this question came out, the whole place was silent. Everyone used disbelieving gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Little friend Yi Yuan, you actually don't even know about the Cloudpill Summit? Empyrean Chao Yuan said in surprise. Is the Cloudpill Summit very famous? Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan really did not know about this Cloudpill Summit. Dustless never told him before as well. He also asked Dustless just now. Clearly he did not know either. It seemed like this Cloudpill Summit should only have appeared after Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove died. Empyrean, Song Yuan said with a cold smile. Never even heard of the Cloudpill Summit, but you also dare to call yourself an alchemist? Even Lu Yen, 3 people also had doubtful looks. They had some doubts now that these 3 great Empyreans' appearance was not Yi Yuan's work at all. Yi Yuan said with a look of amuse, E-M-E-N-T, does knowing about the Cloudpill Summit count as being an alchemist? Empyrean Chao Yuan, and the rest all thought that Yi Yuan had an extremely profound background. Hence, that was why he could possess such terrifying strength at this age. But now, they were somewhat uncertain. in this land of the southern border, as long as one had some background, they should know about the Cloud Pill Summit, let alone that Yi Yuan was even such a formidable alchemist. If Yi Yuan was really just a genius who grew up at the bottom, then how monstrous was this guy? Emperor Chao Yuan said. Little Yi Yuan isn't aware, but this Cloud Pill Summit has a resounding reputation in our land of southern border. It's the alchemy summit that all alchemists look forward to. As long as one is an alchemist, they will take pride in going to the Cloud Pill Summit once. There are even some heavenly Emperor Badamanda's alchemy geniuses that will also come forth and take part. Emperor Chao Yuan briefly recounted the origin of the Cloud Pill Summit. Yi Yuan was also greatly interested after he heard. Gathering the entire southern border's alchemy geniuses, that was naturally an extremely grand meet, especially that there were also quite a few Dao realm alchemists, like Emperor Flutterfeather. Exchanging with alchemists like this was naturally what Yi Yuan wished in his heart. Ancestor realm was vague and ephemeral. Yi Yuan understood that constantly coping himself up in the room to work without reference was also not a good idea. If he had a few more exchanges with people like Emperor Flutterfeather, he might be able to break through the shackles. So that's how it is. Then I naturally have to go and experience it. Yi Yuan nodded and said. Emperor Flutterfeather smiled and said, this Emperor knew that you would be interested. But if you go to the Cloud Pill Summit, you naturally don't have to fight with those so-called geniuses. Us 7 great alchemy, holy lands each have 2 Grandmaster tokens. One is naturally this Emperor's. As for the other piece, this Emperor thought it through, it's still you who's most apartment. As he said, Emperor Flutterfeather waved a hand. A pale yellow light flew towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and took it. An archaic copper-colored token appeared in his hand. The whole audience was petrified. The group of Emperor powerhouses was shocked to the extreme in their hearts. Grandmaster token. That was a Grandmaster token. The Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster token that represented the strongest alchemy Dao existences under Heavenly Emperor. How venerate was the status? Now, Emperor Flutterfeather actually handed it to Yi Yuan, so casually. What capability did this kid have? Even Emperor Chao Yuan, the few of them were also shocked, speechless at this time. The few of them had heard of Yi Yuan's monstrousness from the mouths of Song Yu and the rest. But that was hearsay after all. They came here primarily because of Song Yu and the other's emperor surmounting aura. As for the others, they were still half dubious in the end. But now, 1 Grandmaster token was already sufficient to explain everything. With Emperor Flutterfeather's ident. 1. Taiyan's status. How could he possibly hand such a valuable token to Yi Yuan for no reason? The shock in Emperor Song Yuan's heart was unable to use words to describe it all. Emperor Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan a Grandmaster token. What did this represent? This represented that Emperor Flutterfeather acknowledged that Yi Yuan's status could already be on an equal footing with him. This was too terrifying. How venerated was Emperor Flutterfeather's status? Even in front of Heavenly Emperor Extreme, Nether, Emperor Flutterfeather could also speak on equal footing. Even though Emperor Flutterfeather was just an Emperor powerhouse, his position in the southern border's alchemy world was irreplaceable. Legends said that Emperor Flutterfeather even had a likelihood of stepping into Ancestor Realm. Then, his status would go up a level. So, what if Heavenly Emperor? Heavenly Emperors needed medicinal pills too. He did not need rank 7 divine pills, but did his subordinates not require them? Without medicinal pills, what would they use to win over Emperor powerhouses? Hence, Emperor Flutterfeather's status was extremely high in the southern border and did not even lose to Heavenly Emperors. but such a great deity was actually conversing as peers with Yi Yuan. This was too subverting. How could a third firmament true G? Oh, D possibly have such powerful capabilities? The crux was that he actually did not even know about the Cloud Pill Summit. Just what kind of freak did Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produce? Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Chapter 2015, Overbearing Empyrean. Although I don't know what that Grandmaster token is, Lord Yuan seems to be very incredible. More than incredible. That is Empyrean Flutterfeather. Empyrean Flutterfeather is actually conversing as an equal with our Lord. Hee, I feel that before long, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be able to become the southern border's 8th great peak alchemy holy land. Inside the present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there were quite a number of 4-star and 5-star alchemy G. ODS. They naturally would not be foreign to Empyrean Flutterfeather. When Empyrean Flutterfeather appeared, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. But later on, something that surprised them even more happened. Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually conversing with Yi Yuan as an equal. What kind of honor was this? One had to know, even for ordinary Empyrean powerhouses, Empyrean Flutterfeather was also not someone they could simply meet and talk with. Today's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City thoroughly exploded. This kind of sense of honor was considered to have been completely rooted in their blood. Yi Yuan sized the Grandmaster token up but spread his 2 hands out and said, Senior Flutterfeather, I really want to go, but you take a look. With this current situation, I can't go no matter what. Everyone's gaze collectively focused on Song Yang. His expression instantly became very ugly. At this time, Jian Sutao, who had been silent all along, suddenly waved his hand at Song Yuan and said, It's none of your business here anymore. You can go back. Song Yuan's expression changed, and he said, Empyrean Sutao, although your status is venerated, don't forget that this place is Lord Extreme Nether's territory. You're bullying people too, far being like this. As a middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouse, Song Yuan had always been high and mighty. But today, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. In the sky above a puny little imperial city, this place was clearly Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether's territory, but he was actually being commanded as others pleased. It was just that Jian Sutao was not so easygoing. He snorted coldly and suddenly flicked his sleeves grandly. A tremendous force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas crushed over toward Song Yuan. Song Yuan's face changed, immediately mustering up a move to meet the enemy. But upon contact with this tremendous force, Song Yuan's world domain and martial technique instantly fell apart. Bang! Song Yuan's figure flew out backward. His chest was already stained full of fresh blood. Humph! Who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are? To dare speak to this Empyrean this way? Forget about you. Even Brother Extreme, Nether will also have to give this Empyrean some face. If not for being in Brother Extreme Nether's territory, do you think that you can still stand here alive? Jian Sutao said with a cold snort. Lu Yen, Deng Yunzai, and Dai Chuanhao, these 3 people did not even dare to breathe loudly at this time. Late-stage Empyrean realm was seriously too strong. Even Song Yuan could not block a casual strike of Jian Sutao's 2. If they went forward, he would blow them to death with one puff. Song Yuan had a deathly white face, clearly already sustained heavy injuries. Jian Sutao said coolly concerning Brother Extreme Nether, this Empyrean and Flutterfeather have already gone over. This Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be Yi Yuan's territory in the future. If someone comes here and the person acts wildly, that means the person is becoming enemies with this Empyrean. They will have to weigh themselves over. Now, you guys can get lost. the faces of Tsang Yuan, and the rest changed, not expecting that Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually went to find Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether for a measly little Yi Yuan. Was this kid really that incredible? At this very moment, continuing to stay would also be asking for trouble. Tsang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." Finished talking, the void rippled. Tsang Yuan's figure disappeared. How could Lu Yan 3 people still dare to remain there? They immediately escaped into the void, running away. The moment these few people left, thunderous cheers erupted in the city. Today's fight was fought too satisfyingly. Those proud sovereigns of great imperial capitals and Bodhidharmas also could not do anything to them. Furthermore, after today, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be an independent kingdom in reality as well as in name. With a ruler that loved his people like Yi Yuan, how could they not cheer? Seeing the performance of the martial artists in the city, even Jian Sutao and Empyrean Flutterfeather, these super powerhouses were also all incomparably shocked. They did not think that Yi Yuan's prestige in this imperial city was actually so high. The cheers of those martial artists that came from the bottom of their hearts could not be faked. They genuinely supported Yi Yuan and were not being perfunctory. This kind of situation was virtually very hard to see in other cities. Yi Yuan cupped his fists to the group of Empyreans and said, "Seniors coming to help from a long way away, this Yi is endlessly grateful. In the future, if there's any issue where you have a need for this Yi, feel free to speak up. This Yi absolutely won't refuse." Empyrean Chao Yuan chuckled and said, "Little friend Yi Yuan is too courteous." This Empyrean heard Song Yu mention that you defended them to the death inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield. Otherwise, they would have long perished, their Tao dissipating. More importantly, that kid actually broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura. Just based on this Empyrean will also have to make this trip. Isn't that so? Guijingyang, this brat. I thought that it would already be pretty good if he could rise to peak Imperial aura. Who knew that this kid directly broke through to the Emperor surmounting aura? Ha! Empyrean Five Peaks laughed loudly and said, although the few Empyreans said it like that, they were already long overjoyed in their hearts. Being able to build good relations with such a monstrous alchemy master by coming out this time, it was also considered worth it. Although they were all Empyrean powerhouses, they were the same as Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. They also needed rank 6 divine pills. More importantly, with Yi Yuan's terrifying talent and him conversing as equals with Empyrean Flutterfeather, how horrifying was his alchemy strength? In the future, as long as he broke through to the Empyrean realm, wouldn't he be a proper 7-star alchemy G.O.D.? Such an existence, being able to build good relations, was naturally all that they could wish for. Otherwise, how could those Heavenly Emperor powerhouses give Empyrean Flutterfeather face? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Seniors are too polite. At the ancient G.O.D. battlefield, that sort of place, we should help each other. If seniors don't dislike Heavenly Eagle, why not have a sit in the City Lord Manor and drink a cup of COA/RSE alcohol before leaving?" Empyrean Chao Yuan smiled and said, "Although the city is small, it accommodates you. This great Buddha, gentlemen, go over and have a sit." Empyrean Skyhowl laughed and said, of course. Master Yi Yuan's wine naturally isn't an ordinary product. How can this Empyrean miss it?" Seeing their lord address these Empyrean powerhouses as brothers, the martial artists in the city felt even more proud of themselves. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai, I'll have to trouble you to bring the seniors to the City Lord Manor and let them sample the dreamlike wine that I stashed away." Bai Tong nodded slightly and said to the few people, "Gentlemen, please follow me." After the few people left, there was only Yi Yuan, Jian Sutao, and Empyrean Flutterfeather left outside of the city. Jian Sutao looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This time, it's considered to have repaid your favor, right?" Regarding Jian Sutao's appearance, Yi Yuan was also very surprised. He even thought that Jian Sutao had very deep resentment toward him. He did not expect that he actually personally came forward this time to look for Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether. In the future, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would be considered to no longer have future troubles. Ho-ho, what's Senior saying? The favor this time, Yi Yuan has received it, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan, had always made clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment. The matter last time was indeed Jian Sutao, who went too far. But in the end, he was Jian Hongxiao's father-in-law. Yi Yuan naturally would not haggle over it too much. Taking action this time, Jian Sutao was indeed a great help. This favor, Yi Yuan naturally had to receive it. Chapter 2016. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Chapter 2016. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, however, by the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather was slightly afraid in his heart. He completely did not think that going to Heavenly Emperor Extreme Nether there this time. He actually ran into Jian Sutao. In the southern border, Jian Sutao's position was only higher and not lower than his. One had to know behind Jian Sutao was the Jian family, this colossal giant. Although Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was powerful compared to Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, the difference was too great. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such deep ties with the Jian family. Furthermore, looking at Jian Sutao and Yi Yuan conversing, the resentment was actually quite deep. An appearance of your displeasing to my eyes, but I also can't do anything to you. This was very weird. Jian Sutao suddenly beamed and said to Yi Yuan, "Heck, kid, remember the words today. This is what you said. You owe me a favor." The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's and Empyrean Flutterfeather's faces both turned black. Was this guy really the Empyrean Sutao that struck people with awe? This appearance was completely the appearance of a despicable villain, but Yi Yuan also long had an understanding of Jian Sutao's character. After being stunned, he nodded and said, "That's for sure. This he never reneges on my word." Jian Sutao nodded and said, "This matter is settled. This Empyrean is leaving." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Senior, take care." Jian Sutao flashed a slight nod at Empyrean Flutterfeather to make an indication, then stepped out and concealed into the void. "Senior Flutterfeather, today's matter, thank you very much. Yi Yuan remembers it firmly in my heart." Yi Yuan naturally knew how exalted Jian Sutao and Flutterfeather's statuses were. For them to be able to take action and help, this due to their status. He naturally had to thank both of them. Empyrean Flutterfeather waved his hand and said smilingly, "What's there to be courteous between you and me? If not for you, it will likely still need G. Oh, D knows how many years for this Empyrean to want to reach this realm that everyone is envious of. Moreover, this Empyrean knows that you have earned G. Oh, D knows how much divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower these few years. This favor, this Empyrean naturally has to receive it. Disregarding other things, just the soul-driving Tao fusion pill earned boatloads of divine essence stones for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan broke through to the origin pill realm, he even developed the rank 6 soul-driving Tao fusion pill. This pill formula was also handed over to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Of course, these were all nothing. To powerhouses at the level of Empyrean Flutterfeather, divine essence stones were already mere worldly possessions. The most important was realm. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said in surprise, "Could it be that Senior Flutterfeather already—" Flutterfeather laughed heartily and said, "That's right. For so many years, Cloud Pill, Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pilljade has always suppressed this Empyrean. The Cloud Pill's summit this time. This Empyrean can finally lift my head up high." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Senior Flutterfeather. Ancestor Realm." This was the realm that all alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. But this door blocked countless alchemy geniuses outside of it. Even for Yi Yuan, he benefited a great deal from the alchemy battle with Empyrean Flutterfeather. But wanting to break through to the Ancestor Realm was also not something overnight. It could be seen how difficult this hurdle was. For Empyrean Flutterfeather to be able to break through this shackle, he would be a true alchemy Tao Leviathan in the future. Furthermore, after reaching Ancestor Realm, Empyrean Flutterfeather's realm would no longer be an obstruction. Breaking through to the realm of Heavenly Emperor was also just a matter of time. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, don't keep on calling me as a senior, although you're just at the true G. Oh, D-Realm, your alchemy strength isn't weaker than this Empyrean's. In the future, you're bound to step into becoming an alchemy G. Oh, D. In the future, you can just call me Brother Flutterfeather." Yi Yuan chuckled and called, "Brother Flutterfeather." Flutterfeather smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi Yuan, this Cloud Pill Summit is indeed a grand event of the southern border. Each time it's organized, not only do exceptional talents come forth in large numbers, but all kinds of rare spirit medicines and pill formulas also emerge in endless streams. After you settle the matters here, you can go over and experience it firsthand. You won't be disappointed." Yi Yuan nodded and said, with Brother Flutterfeather saying so, Yi Yuan somewhat can't wait for it. "Fine as well. After this matter is settled, I'll go over." Flutterfeather nodded and said, "This Empyrean just exited seclusion, so there are still many matters to take care of. When the time comes, we'll rendezvous at Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Brother Flutterfeather, take care." The 4 great Empyreans agreeing to have gathered in the city was originally just doing it for the occasion and giving Yi Yuan some face, but who knew that their stay lasted a month's time, not willing to leave even if they were driven out. The dreamlike wine that Yi Yuan brewed made the few great Empyreans enjoy so much that they forgot to go home, abandoning themselves to pleasure. This wine was brewed with a special technique after Yi Yuan broke through to the Origin Pill realm. It was specifically used to entertain distinguished guests. Although it was refined with some rank 6 spirit medicines, the flavor of this wine was incomparably sweet and mellow, bringing back endless aftertastes. Even if the few great Empyreans had vast experiences, they were also brought into submission by Yi Yuan's wine. Only then did they know why even Flutterfeather was so polite toward Yi Yuan. After a month, the 4 great Empyreans were seriously embarrassed, said to stay on any longer. Hence, each person brought along 10 vats of fine wine and left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with reluctance. After a month's time, Yi Yuan also pretty much settled Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Hence, he brought along Ning Siyu and stepped onto the road to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. The present Heavenly Eagle Imperial City situation was already totally different from back then. Xian Yu and the rest of the older generation alchemy powerhouses had long withdrawn from the core of authority at present. Although there were Yi Yuan's medicinal pills helping, their potential had long been exhausted. Their improvement was naturally also very limited. On the contrary, it was the young generation whose strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Right now, Ning Siyu's alchemy strength had long already surpassed said Xian Yu and her few senior apprentice brothers, becoming a distinguished talent of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower. The current Ning Siyu was already at the middle stage celestial deity realm. Her alchemy strength had also already touched the threshold of Tao realm. Among the young generation, she had no equal. Walking along this road, Yi Yuan's influence on her was immense. Back then, she had always followed along by Yi Yuan's side and watched Yi Yuan refine pills. Later, she also obtained Yi Yuan's personal guidance. The present Ning Siyu was long already not the Ning Siyu back then. However, when she heard that Yi Yuan was bringing her to Cloud Pill, great imperial capital, she was still happy like a little girl dancing for joy. My G. Oh, D. This is Cloud Pill, great imperial capital? Why do I feel that as long as the person is from here, they will know how to refine pills? Ning Siyu said with curiosity written all over her face. Ever since entering the city, Ning Siyu could feel that the air suffused with medicinal fragrance. By the street sides, alchemy battle arenas were seen everywhere. Furthermore, each match had a full house. Clearly, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's alchemy atmosphere was already integrated into the lives of ordinary alchemists. Yi Yuan also nodded and said, "Indeed, the standards of the alchemists here are much higher than at other places. It's worthy of being the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land." Ning Siyu pursed her lips and said, "What's the use even if it's more impressive? In front of your excellency, everything is in vain. Your excellency is the #1 alchemy genius." Yi Yuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. This S was already idolizing him blindly now. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. The person said, "Ooh, what high-sounding sentiments. Such a snotty brat also dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius?" Clearly, Ning Siyu's words were heard by others, incurring a wave of displeasure. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you. Chapter 2017. I'm afraid of scaring you. In front of him was a handsome young man. He was merely an 8th firmament celestial deity. Beside him even followed a young lady. The two people's ages were similar. They were a rather matching pair. But behind the two people followed two true D realm guards. Their background was clearly not ordinary, that young lady said with a disdainful look. Really shameless. I've never seen someone who dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius. My big brother Qian is the Zheng family's #1 junior. Yet, he also doesn't dare claim to be the #1 alchemy genius. Who the I do you think you are? Yi Yuan was speechless when he heard that. When did he say that he was the #1 alchemy genius? These words were clearly said by Ning Siyu, all right? But this S really knew how to draw aggro for him. The moment Ning Siyu heard this, she blew up. What the L is the Zheng family. Zheng family's junior generation? Ho-hoo. Forget about your Zheng family's young generation. Even if the Zheng family's elder generation comes, my family's lord will crush all the same. Zheng Qian was young, so how could he endure it when he heard this? He immediately smiled coldly and said, "What high-sounding sentiments. In this southern border, there really aren't more than a few who dares to talk about my Changlin Zheng family in this manner." His words immediately caused a series of exclamations. It turns out that it's the Changlin Zheng family. That's an ancient alchemy family second only to peak holy lands. The Zheng family's #1 person of the young generation, Zhang Qian, he'll definitely radiate splendor in the Cloud Pill Summit this time. Zhang Chang, I heard of him before. He's merely 1,000 over years old, and he already reached middle stage initial realm. He has potential of stepping into the Tao realm in the future. Hearing the surrounding people's discussion, Zhang Qian had a proud look. The Changlin great imperial capital's Zheng family's strength in the southern border's alchemy world was an existence second only to these 7 great holy lands. The Zheng family's ancestor was also a rarely seen 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Their status could be seen at a glance. With Zheng Qian stepping into middle stage initial realm at a young age, it was also something to be proud of. One should not look at how Yi Yuan entered the initial realm, broke through to the Tao realm along the way, and now even closed in on the ancestor realm. Initial realm was something that one could come across by luck, but not by searching for it to ordinary alchemists. Reaching the initial realm was a very long process, requiring incalculable time. To ACCU, mulate. Recalling things back then, Xian Yu lived to a ripe old age, and was also merely at the middle stage initial realm. Zheng Qian was merely 1,000 years old, and he was already at the middle stage initial realm. It was naturally worth being proud of. Here, that #1 alchemy genius. If you have the guts, let's have a match. Zheng Qian suddenly ignored Ning Siyu and provoked Yi Yuan. Everyone used gloating expressions to look at Yi Yuan, feeling that he would not dare to accept the challenge at all. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was higher than Zheng Qian, their ages were more or less the same. In everyone's view, Yi Yuan put more energy into martial arts. As for alchemy, this was painstaking work. So how could it be that easy? Therefore, if Yi Yuan competed with Zheng Qian, he would surely lose without a doubt. After all, encountering this kind of alchemy genius, there was only the outcome of being crushed. Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Competing with me? You're not qualified enough yet. See you, let's go." As he said, Yi Yuan turned around and was about to leave. Forget about Zheng Qian, a puny little celestial deity realm. Even the opponent was a peak 6-star alchemy G.O.D. Yi Yuan could also crush the person without any trouble. One had to know Yi Yuan fought on alchemy with Empyrean Flutterfeather until it ended in a tie. A measly little Zheng Qi, he seriously could not get interested. But Zheng Qian sneered and said, "What do you mean not qualified enough? Don't dare means don't dare. Zhao He Li Hu." The figures of those 2 true G.O.D. realms moved, blocking the 2 people's path. If you don't dare to compete, then kneel in front of this young master and admit your fault. My Zheng family isn't what just anyone can humiliate. Zheng Qian said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan shot a glare at Ning Siyu. The latter stuck her tongue out mischievously and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Yuan. If you really want to compete, get your family's ancestor over. As for you, better forget it. I'm afraid of scaring you, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Zheng Qian heard, he smiled coldly even more. What a conceited brat. Forget it, since you don't dare to accept the challenge. Then kneel down and acknowledge your fault. Zheng Qian shouted coldly. As he said, Zhao He and Li Hu, 2 people grabbed Yi Yuan, and they were actually going to forcefully make Yi Yuan kneel. These 2 people were both third firmament true G.O.D. powerhouses and also considered powerhouses of a region. But unfortunately, they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure did not move, and the 2 people actually grabbed an illusory figure. It was just that these 2 people did not have time to be surprised yet, when Yi Yuan already swiftly pointed out with a backhand. Puff, puffed. It was only to hear 2 U.F. fled groans. Zhao He and Li Hu fell to the ground at the sound of that, and could not crawl to their feet anymore. When Zheng Qian saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Zhao He and Li Hu, 2 people, were both experienced veterans of 100 battles. It was rare to meet a match in the same rank, but in front of Yi Yuan, they actually could not even receive a single move. The surrounding people were likewise extremely surprised. Disregarding how Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was, his martial arts was also a little too strong, right? What do you want to do? I'm a member of the Zheng family. If you dare to touch me, you'll absolutely die without a burial ground. Seeing Yi Yuan walk over toward him, Zhang Qian hurriedly took several steps back. He was saying threatening things, but was inwardly shaking. Oh, is that so? Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Qian with a look of amuse. Suddenly, he flicked his finger. A CLUS tur of fire suddenly flew towards the other party. Zhang Qian was first stunned, then immediately laughed coldly, and said, "Playing with fire with me? Overestimating your own ability too much. I'll let you witness this young master's fire controlling art." It was only to see the seals in his hand change irregularly, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "Freeze for me!" That CLUS tur of fire indeed paused, and it actually froze 3 feet in front of Zhang Qian. What formidable fire controlling technique. Indeed, well deserving of being the Zheng family's #1 genius. Impressive, impressive. Although that kid's martial Tao is strong, playing with fire is showing off in the presence of an expert. A single mistake, and he'll have to suffer silent loss himself. A series of exclamations came from all around. Clearly, they were all astounded by Zhang Qian's fire-controlling art. Zhang Qian laughed loudly and said, "Do you want to use fire-controlling technique to tell me that your alchemy Tao is very strong? Then this young master has no choice but to tell you that you're too weak. Watch out, return for me." Zheng Qi needed another seal and fired it over toward that CLUS tur of fire. Whose? H. Plus the flame suddenly disappeared. Zhang Qian's gaze turned intent, currently wondering what happened when suddenly the girl next to him cried out in surprise, "Your head! Big brother Qian, your head!" "My head? What's wrong with my head?" Zhang Qian felt baffled and reached his hand out toward his head to touch. With this touch, he could not help jumping with fright. His head was extremely smooth, like it was smeared with oil. His head, full of hair, was actually all gone. At this moment, the top of Zhang Qian's head was brilliant enough to reflect one's image. SHI plus mirroring with light, like a lamp. Uffed. Ha ha. A wave of guffaws came from all around. Zhang Qian's face was red with a tint of black, Wisconsin H. Plussing to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. He immediately revolved divine essence, wanting to grow hair, but it was completely useless. He discovered that the pores on top of his head seemed to all be sealed, unable to grow hair at all. This shock was by no means insignificant. He looked toward Yi Yuan with immense shock, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. "NT," Yi Yuan said with a smile. "This time, just take it as a small punishment. If there's still a next time, you won't get off so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Siyu, turned around, and left. Chapter 2018. Does this work? Chapter 2018. Does this work? Such an exquisite fire-controlling technique. Burned a head full of hair, but the person is completely fine. That young man is really capable. I even thought that he was bragging. Looks like tigers are crouching and dragons are hidden in the Cloud Pill summit this time. After the loud laughter, everyone finally came to realize the truth about the prowess of Yi Yuan's fire-controlling technique. Even the bald Zhang Qian also felt lingering fear. His experience was more vivid than others. The fire burned on top of his head, not leaving him a single strand. It was as if it was shaved using a razor blade. But he did not feel any heat at all. This fire-controlling technique was simply inconceivable. Most likely, even Big Brother Kun also could not do it to this extent either, right? Zheng Qian thought in his heart. Looking at the direction Yi Yuan left, Zheng Qian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, D.M.N. fellow, don't let me run into him again. To dare humiliate my Zheng family. This young master will definitely teach you a lesson. Your Excellency, you were really too cool. Just now. Hee, that snotty brat actually still wanted to challenge you. Really overestimating his own ability, Ning Siyu said with an excited face. Yi Yuan shot her a fierce glare and said crossly, You still have the cheek to say? What #1 alchemy genius? You're also not scared of spraining your tongue. Talented people remain in concealment in this heaven-span world. So who dares to claim to be #1? Yi Yuan was very confident, but he was never arrogant. This heaven-span world was too big. Geniuses were also akin to schools of carps crossing the river. This T of #1 was too big. Even reaching medicine ancestor, that kind of realm, didn't he also encounter an opponent like the high priest? If he was not apprehensive of the high priest, why would he say, ask not 2 words? Ning Siyu stayed for a long time with Yi Yuan and knew his temper. She giggled and said, I don't care. Either way, you are the #1 alchemy genius in my heart. Moreover, among the young generation, who can reach your boundary, even in the entire heaven-span world, it also can't be found, right? Yi Yuan was rendered speechless and waved his hand, feeling lazy to talk anymore. Bringing Ning Siyu and strolling 1 round in the outer city and having purchased some rare spirit medicines, the 2 planned on heading for the inner city. The Sageway leading to the inner city, there was currently a group of soldiers guarding it. Each person had to go through stringent screening. The 2 were just about to go over, but saw a group of people currently coming over from another direction. One of them was extremely eye-catching. Who was it if not the bald Zheng Qian? When Ning Siyu saw Zheng Qian, she could not refrain from laughing out loud with a SN. 1 G-G-E-R again. His Excellency was also such a troll. He burned Zheng Qian's hair, and even did not let him grow it out. A fine, handsome youth became a little bald donkey. How to let him go and find a girl in the future? Zheng Qian also just happened to look over. Noticing Yi Yuan, he immediately yelled out, Big Brother Buchuan, it's this fellow who claims to be the #1 alchemy genius. You have to take revenge for me. Beside Zheng Qian, a slightly older youth was sizing Yi Yuan up with an unfriendly expression. He slowly walked toward Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, A brat whose hair isn't even fully grown also dares to claim to be the #1 alchemy genius? It was you who burned young Brother Qian's hair? Ha! This punk probably came from some countryside and has never seen much of the world. Think that having a bit of ability, he can be #1 under the heavens. In this Cloud Pills summit, even Brother Zheng doesn't dare claim to be the #1 genius. This little brat actually dares proclaim to be the #1 genius. Another young man stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan with a contemptuous look. Zheng Qian also stepped forward and looked at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, Big Brother Buchuan, this brat is ridiculously arrogant and even said want to compete with him. Invite our Zheng family's ancestor out. When the others heard, they all revealed amused smiles. This brat did not even know how to come up with a draft before boasting. The young man beside Zheng Buchuan said with a disdainful look, Ha, kid, do you know what kind of person the Zheng family's ancestor is? That's a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Dao realm expert. Just the likes of you, this snotty brat, dares to challenge the Zheng family's ancestor? These few people each threw a sentence in deriding Yi Yuan nonstop. Ning Siyu was indignant. She said with a scornful look, So what if 7-star alchemy G.O.D., even Empyrean Flutterfeather, addresses my lord as his brother too? Could it be that your family's ancestor is stronger than Empyrean Flutterfeather? The moment everyone heard, not only were they not intimidated, but the look of ridicule on their faces also grew thicker. That young man said with a big laugh, "Empyrean Flutterfeather? Ho ho, little girl, Empyrean Flutterfeather is one of the Cloudpill Summit's grandmasters. How exalted is his position. This kid addresses him as his brother? Stop joking around with me, all right?" Zheng Buchuan shook his head and laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "Turns out that it's two braggarts who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I was wondering which genius. This kind of ignorant fool. There will always be some in each Cloudpill summit." Ha ha ha. The two people's discussion aroused a series of mocking voices from all around. What kind of ident? One, Tai did Empyrean Flutterfeather have? That was an important character that was on par with Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's Empyrean Pilljade. Beneath Heavenly Emperor, they were practically the pinnacle-most existences. This kind of powerhouse would address a true G. Oh, D. Realm Jr. as a brother? You have got to be kidding. Yi Yuan raised his brows slightly and said coolly, "Done talking? If you're done, get lost for me." Zheng Buchuan's brows raised up, and he said, "You want to enter the inner city? Kid, do you have the Cloudpill invitation?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Cloudpill invitation? What's that?" The young man who was surnamed Duan could not help laughing as he said, "You don't even know what's the Cloudpill invitation, and you dare to come and take part in the Cloudpill summit? I'm telling you, only alchemists holding the Cloudpill invitation have the qualifications to enter the inner city. As for you, go back where you came from." The bald Zheng Qian laughed loudly and said, "I was wondering what expert and where you were from. Messing around for half a day. You don't even have the Cloudpill invitation." At this very moment, Zheng Qian was even more certain that Yi Yuan was some martial arts ancient family's descendant. Although his martial Dao strength was very strong, he was completely clueless about alchemy Dao. As for fire control, martial artists adept in fire attribute cultivation methods would likewise be very formidable in controlling fire. He admitted that Yi Yuan was a martial arts genius. But this place was an alchemy summit. What did it have to do with martial artists? Geniuses alchemists able to come to the Cloudpill summit would not care about martial artists at all, because the statuses of these alchemists were much higher than ordinary martial artists. Zheng Buchuan waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and get lost, kid. Stop making a spectacle of yourself here. Do you see their eyes? You're currently just like a clown jumping around. This place is the world of alchemists. It's fateless with you." The young man surnamed Duan turned his head and said to a soldier, "Commander Gon, looks like this kid's skin is very thick. I'll have to trouble you to send him off." That Commander Gon was amused from watching for a long time by the side. Hearing this, he slowly walked in front of Yi Yuan, reached his hand out, and said with a sullen face, "Leave, please. If you don't go, then this commander will be personally taking action and sending you out of the city." This Commander Gon was a fifth firmament true G. Oh, D powerhouses. There was naturally power when he spoke. Yi Yuan looked at Commander Gon, slowly took out a token, and said coolly, "I don't have whatever Cloudpill invitation, but wonder if this thing can go in or not." Chapter 2019. Luckily, Chapter 2019. Luckily, Commander Gon did not even look at the token in Yi Yuan's hand and just said with a cold snort, "Whatever thing is also useless, this commander only acknowledges the Cloudpill invitation." Ha! Do you think that Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital is some random place? Casually taking out a token, and you can go in? What a be, you kin. Zheng Qian said with a look of disdain, "The Cloudpill Summit only acknowledges the invitation and won't recognize other things. You don't even know this bit of general knowledge and also dare to come and take part in the Cloud Pill Summit? Zhang Buchuan said with a cold smile. They were really brought to tears from laughing at watching the joke today. The current Yi Yuan was completely AB, Kin who had never seen much of the world before in front of them. This fellow was completely clueless about the Cloud Pill Summit, but he ran in front of them, these alchemy geniuses, to posture, adding a bunch of merriment. Seeing these few people's reactions, Yi Yuan was also taken aback. He looked at the Grandmaster token in his hand and felt baffled. It seemed like this thing was not too useful. He even thought that this thing looked very impressive. But taking it out, people did not recognize it at all. Kid, looks like you really want this commander to take action. In Commander Gon's eyes, Yi Yuan was merely a little child showing off, talking big to impress people. He released his aura and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. The aura of Fifth Firmament, True G, D was suddenly released, locking right onto Yi Yuan, while Zheng Qian and the rest revealed gloating looks, looking at this scene calmly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. This Commander Gon struck rather heavily. With this grab, if his strength was inadequate, he would really be heavily injured. Clearly, this guy was currying favor with these few ancient families' descendants and deliberately dealt a heavy blow. It was only to see him snort coldly. Suddenly, a life and death seal fired out. A Fifth Firmament True G. D versus a Third Firmament True G. D. Commander Gon thought that he would capture him easily. Who knew that the moment Yi Yuan made his move, that pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas came from head-on. Bang! Commander Gon was caught off guard and directly smacked flying by this life and death seal. He seemed to be injured in an extremely wretched manner. Zheng Buchuan's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, how is this possible? The young man surnamed Duan also said with surprise, how can this kid's strength be so strong? They were all waiting for Yi Yuan to suffer a loss. Who knew that Yi Yuan was fine and actually crippled Commander Gon in one move, an initial stage True G. D Realm striking a middle stage True G. D Realm flying away in one move. This sort of thing was too outrageous to hear. Yi Yuan looked too unremarkable, 1,000 over years old. How strong could he be? Yet, he wasted Commander Gon in one move. As still in a daze for what? This kid actually dared to cause trouble. See, cripple him for me. Commander Gon gritted his teeth and roared at the soldiers. At once, a large group of guards rushed forward and surrounded Yi Yuan in the middle. Yi Yuan frowned slightly. He also did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Who knew that these guys did not even recognize the Grandmaster token? Actually, this could not be blamed on Commander Gon, they all too. How could a Grandmaster token, this sort of thing, be what Commander Gon would know of? One had to know, in the entire land of Southern Border, there was only a total of 14 Grandmaster tokens. Those who possessed Grandmaster tokens were all people with extremely revered statuses. They were at least middle and late-stage Empyrean superpowerhouses too. The moment these people appeared in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, there would immediately be Empyrean powerhouses that came out to welcome them. They would not enter from the city gates in an ostentatious manner like this at all. Yi Yuan did not know the inner reason. He only wanted to stroll around more in the city, who knew that it caused such much misunderstanding. But at this point, Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back either. These guards were mostly at the celestial deity realm. There was also a portion of True G, D realms. But in front of Yi Yuan, it was completely lacking. He knocked down these guards with a few moves. Zheng Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme as he said, how can this guy's strength be so powerful? Yi Yuan's age was merely similar to his, but his combat power was no idea how many levels higher than him. Looking across the southern border, There were also not many capable of Serpa S. Sing Yi Yuan in martial arts. But Zheng Buchuan chuckled and said, "This kid is courting death himself." Zheng Qian was taken back and said, "Why?" Zheng Buchuan smiled and said, "Originally, he was swindling people. If he was given a beating and thrown out, the matter would be settled. But now he caused such a big commotion. There will immediately be someone who comes out to take care of him. What's the use even if he's any stronger? Can he be stronger than ninth firmament true G? Oh, D powerhouses?" The moment Zheng Qian heard, he immediately reacted to it and said with a big laugh, "This kid is dead for sure. Who is it? To dare cause trouble in my cloud pill, great imperial capital?" The voice had yet to fade when a voice closed in from far away, arriving in an instant. A burly man with a curly beard appeared in front of Yi Yuan, his expression unfriendly. When Commander Gon saw the curly-bearded burly man, it was as if he grasped a life-saving straw, hurriedly saying, "Lord Qin Chong, this punk doesn't have an invitation. I chased him out of the city. Not only did he not leave, he even beat me and the soldiers to serious injuries." Qin Chong also had a fiery temper. Hearing Commander Gon's words, he immediately flared up with anger. The moment Qin Chong heard, he said in a great rage, "What impudent brat to actually dare!" When Zheng Buchuan and the youth surnamed Duan saw Qin Chong fly off the handle, their faces revealed an expression of gloating over others' misfortune. Qin Chong was a ninth firmament true G. Oh, D mighty expert. No matter how heaven-defying Yi Yuan was, could he still deal with him? Qin Chong was just about to go crazy, suddenly turning his head to look at Yi Yuan, but saw Yi Yuan slowly take out a token. Yi Yuan said, "I gave this to them to see this, but they all didn't recognize it. I wonder if you recognize it?" Yi Yuan also asked probingly. If this Qin Chong still did not recognize it, then he could only slip away. Zheng Buching scoffed when he saw the situation and said, "Still taking this lousy token out, could it be that this kid is really a fool?" Fortunately, Qin Chong's reaction made Yi Yuan heave a sigh in relief. The moment Qin Chong saw the token, his pair of eyes immediately went wide. He looked at the token and looked at Yi Yuan again, his eyes full of disbelief. This Qin Chong stammered and actually could not speak. How could a Grandmaster token be in the hands of a young man like this? Commander Gon did not know the inner reason and urged, "Lord Qin Chong, what's wrong with you? This brat is too insolent. You mustn't let him off easily." SMAs. H. Plus a clear slap sounded out. Commander Gon was directly slapped, flying out. This slap made everyone stunned. Before figuring out what was going on, they heard Qin Chong roar, "You scoundrelly thing! Don't drag me down if you want to die. Also, you all, are you in a rush to reincarnate? All put away your weapons for me." The group of guards looked at each other, blank looks on their faces. Suddenly, Qin Chong knelt down with a thud and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, "These scoundrelly things are insensible. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. When this lowly one returns, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson." What's going on here? Lord Qin Chong actually knelt down to a third firmament true G. "Oh, D? Just what background does this kid have? Could it be that token is very impressive?" Cries of exclamation sounded out all around, completely knocked dizzy by Qin Chong's actions. Yi Yuan put away the token and let out a long sigh in relief, and then he said smilingly, "Luckily, otherwise, it would really be somewhat troublesome." Chapter 2020, Yun Yi. Chapter 2020, Yun Yi. Yes, Your Excellency. It was all because they had eyes but couldn't see, offending Your Excellency. Your Excellency, please don't take offense. This Grandmaster token isn't what servants like them can recognize. Qin Chong's cold sweat poured profusely as he hurriedly explained. How exalted were the statuses of people who possessed the Grandmaster token. How could they be what he could afford to provoke? This kind of existence could decide his life and death with one word. One must not look at how he was ninth firmament true G-O-D, because in the eyes of Empyrean powerhouses, he was merely an ant-like existence. His own city lord also could not offend a big shot that possessed a Grandmaster token for a mere true G-O-D realm expert. Of course, the Grandmaster token that appeared in Yi Yuan's hand indeed made him very surprised. It could even be said to be hard to imagine, but a Grandmaster token was a Grandmaster token. Qin Chong did not doubt its authenticity in the slightest. In this land of southern border, who could S-N-A-T-C-H away a Grandmaster token from the hands of the seven big shots? Yi Yuan's bit of strength was not even enough to fill the crevices between the big shot's teeth. It was even less likely that he S-N-A-T-C had it. Moreover, this Grandmaster token also could not be used after S-N-A-T-C hing it. Therefore, even though there were 100 disbeliefs in his heart, Qin Chong still did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said helplessly, I just wanted to enter the city, but they insisted that I was swindling people. Can I go in now? Qin Chong hurriedly nodded and said, Of course, of course. All the Grandmaster residences have already been arranged. This lowly one will lead the way for you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed after. Ning Siyu was delighted in her heart when she saw the expressions of Zheng Buchuan and the rest. You bunch of guys don't even recognize the Grandmaster token, and you dare to flaunt your prowess here. I can only say that you're ignorant. You all mocked my lord, but you don't know that you were the most laughable. Your levels are too far apart. Finished talking, Ning Siyu caught up with Yi Yuan, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Zheng Buchuan still had a look of disbelief until now as he muttered, That is a Grandmaster token? How is this possible? The youth surnamed Duan had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said, A third firmament true G-O-D Grandmaster? Is there a mistake? The Grandmaster residence was grand and magnificent, flushed with spiritual energy. It was absolutely in a favorable geographical location. The residence was built around a lake. In the middle was a miniature lake. Qin Chong carefully led Yi Yuan into the Danfeng court and settled him down. Seeing Qin Chong wanting to speak but swallowing the words back, Yi Yuan said coolly, Just ask whatever you want to ask. Why are you, a 7-foot-tall, burly man, behaving like a woman? Qin Chong smiled ostentatiously and said, I wonder which city lord Master Yi received the invitation from. Qin Chong naturally knew the 7 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan was clearly not one of them. Then he could only be invited by one of the Empyreans. Yi Yuan said coolly, This he was invited by Empyrean Flutterfeather. Qin Chong's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, Empyrean Flutterfeather? Yi Yuan said curiously, Why? Is there anything wrong? Qin Chong hurriedly smiled flatteringly and said, And nothing wrong. Although he had a fiery temperament, he was also not so superficial when conducting himself. It was truly that Yi Yuan's Grandmaster token was too surprising. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, Do you feel that I'm easy to hoodwink because I'm young? Qin Chong's expression changed, being aware that he could not deceive him anymore. He could only smile bitterly. He said, How can it be? In the past, Empyrean Flutterfeather would always invite the myriad treasure towers Empyrean Papluing over. I didn't expect that he actually invited Master Yi this time. Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing when he heard it and started musing. Previously, when he agreed to Empyrean Flutterfeather, he forgot that there was such a thing. Since each city lord had another Grandmaster spot, then it would definitely be existences that were about the same as them in the past. Now that this spot was given to him, wouldn't he have offended another Grandmaster? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan could not help feeling a headache. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave him an extremely high status, but Empyrean Flutterfeather also put him on the fire to roast. By the side, Qin Chong's thoughts drifted, speculating Yi Yuan's ident. One Tai, could it be that this Yi Yuan came from the myriad treasure Bodhidharma and was a newly emerged genius junior of myriad treasure Bodhidharma? Coming to the Cloud Pill Summit, this time was likely to come and experience it. It was just that giving him a Grandmaster token was a little too extravagant, right? For Yi Yuan's bit of strength to really want to experience things, wouldn't putting him in the disciples' generation to spar with those people be more meaningful? Thinking about it, Qin Chong also felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's martial arts strength was extremely strong. Jumping realms to battle was nothing difficult. Then how strong could his alchemy strength be? This place was the Cloud Pill Summit, and not the Martial Dao Summit. Thinking up to here, Qin Chong became even more disdainful toward Yi Yuan in his heart. All right, you, a martial arts powerhouse, came to the Cloud Pill Summit to pass off as a Grandmaster. When the time comes, you'll be Imbara. S said. He was practically certain that Yi Yuan was the kind of profligate descendant who was conceited and insolent on account of his ability. He stayed for a long time in the heavenly Emperor Bodhimanda and came out to look for fun. Qin Chong also saw that he even brought along a beautiful maidservant by his side. Of course, he could only put these thoughts in his heart and naturally would not say it out. All right, you can go. All right. She's called Ning Siyu. Help her arrange a bit for her to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit. Yi Yuan said. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Chong was unable to make head or tail of it, but still answered and left. Could it be that this kid came to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit for this law S, occupying a Grandmaster spot for a mere 5-star alchemy G? Oh, D, truly capricious. A third firmament true G. Oh, D, Grandmaster spread in the inner city very quickly. Beyond the shock, there was even more indignance. What capability did a mere third firmament true G, oh, D, have to actually be able to get a Grandmaster token? One had to know 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could be easily found in the city. Many were young and promising genius figures. There were also peak 6-star alchemy G. Oh, DS that enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. Which of these people were not stronger than Yi Yuan, especially when everyone knew that Yi Yuan was merely 1,000 over years old? Furthermore, after knowing that his martial arts were rather impressive, this indignant feeling spread even more. At this time, 7 to 8 alchemy geniuses were currently gathered in a restaurant discussing this matter. Brother Yun E, you aren't aware, but that kid is really arrogant to the extreme, saying that he's what #1 alchemy genius. To talk about this #1 alchemy genius, it can only be Brother Yun E. The one talking was precisely Zheng Buchuan. Ever since learning that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his possession, he was extremely dissatisfied in his heart. How could a mere third firmament true G, oh, D, be worthy of the Grandmaster token? Yi Yuan uttered wild ravings and completely did not put his Zheng family in his sights at all. He could not swallow this insult. It was just that Yi Yuan had a Grandmaster token in his hand, so he had to swallow it even if he did not want to. But just because he could not do anything to Yi Yuan, it did not mean that others could not as well. Yun-Yi was a genius alchemist of this Cloud Pill Summit, one of the extremely few geniuses who broke through to Tao realm in this Cloud Pill Summit. Barring no accidents, the champion crowned in the Cloud Pill Summit this time would be born from these few Tao realm powerhouses. Furthermore, this Yun-Yi Zident, one, Tai was special. He was Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, possessing an extremely exalted status even in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. With him around, wouldn't dragging that conceited brat down the horse be easily accomplished? At the very least, Yun-Yi could make him lose all standing and reputation, and leave Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital dusty and dirty in appearance. Chapter 2021, Challenging in Public. Chapter 2021, Challenging in Public, #1 Alchemy Genius? Hoo-hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. At his age, even if he started refining pills in his mother's womb, his accomplishments will also be limited, right? Let alone that I heard that his martial arts are very formidable, Yun-Yi said with a disdainful look. Yeah, I saw with my own eyes. He sent the fifth firmament, True G, D Commander gone flying with one move, Zheng Buchuan said. Yun-Yi could not help laughing when he heard that and said, if I didn't guess wrongly, he's probably a martial genius that came from Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, carrying Empyrean Flutterfeather's signboard, and coming to Cloud Pill Summit to bluff and swindle people. It's just a shame that he made the wrong calculations. The moment Zheng Buchuan heard, his face could not help revealing a look of great joy as he said, is Brother Yun-Yi taking action? Yun-Yi waved his hand and said, do you think that the Cloud Pill Summit's Grandmaster tokens are all for show? As long as one comes with a Grandmaster token, those are all the Cloud Pill Summit's most blee guests. We must treat them with courtesy. Hearing this, everyone had disappointed looks. Those present were all alchemy geniuses. So how could they stand a martial arts genius riding on top of their heads and flaunting his prowess? Moreover, slapping the face of a grandmaster was also something very delightful. But him holding a grandmaster token was like holding an imperial sword. You could not do anything about it. Brother Yun-Yi, could it be that there's no other way? Yeah, a little brat also dares proclaim to be the #1 alchemy genius. Is his hair fully grown? Could it be that at this Cloud Pill Summit, we have to keep on watching him continue to be arrogant? The alchemy geniuses present were all filled with righteous indignation, faces revealing indignant expressions. But they saw Yun-Yi's face reveal a hint of a ruminating smile, and said coolly, my Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital is the #1 holy land of the southern border alchemy Tao. How can we allow such a person to exist? So, what if it's the Grandmaster token? People who hold a position without qualifications are absolutely not allowed to stay and humiliate the Cloud Pill Summit. When everyone heard that, they all revealed knowing smiles. What Empyrean Flutterfeather said was right. The Cloud Pill Summit indeed did not let Yi Yuan down. These few days, Yi Yuan brought Ning Siyu along and bought many rare rank 6 spirit medicines. The places that Yi Yuan liked to shop the most were some big and small marketplaces. At those places, one could frequently pick up some pretty good spirit medicines. These marketplaces had every strange and peculiar thing. There were even quite a few obscure pill formulas. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower's power and influence were tremendous, they also could not get every single spirit medicine. This Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital gathered the entire southern border's top alchemists. It naturally could not come into existence without people who came to do business. With countless alchemy powerhouses gathering in Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, this kind of business opportunity naturally could not be missed. At this time, Yi Yuan 2 people were currently strolling idly in the Eastern Street marketplaces, but then they heard a wave of discussions. Did you guys hear? A true D-Realm Grandmaster actually came to the Cloud Pill Summit this time. It already raised a huge uproar in the entire city. What? 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D Grandmaster? You aren't joking, right? This bit of strength can't even compare to me. Yet, he also dares to be a Grandmaster. Haha, I heard that he came from some heavenly emperor, bought Amanda. It was probably applying pressure on the Grandmasters through the heavenly emperor, and that's how the Grandmaster token was given. This is also treating things too trivially. The Cloud Pill Summit is the Southern Border's grandest event. It's also not what 1 or 2 heavenly emperors can influence. Wait and see. The Grandmaster token isn't so easy to get. That punk will definitely make a big spectacle of himself when the time comes. Hearing everyone's discussions, Ning Siyu used a peculiar expression to look at Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was expressionless, like they were not talking about him at all. Ning Siyu sometimes suspected whether or not an old monster's soul lived inside Yi Yuan's body. This guy was also too capable of keeping his cool. Your Excellency, if I were you, I'd show my skill for them to see. I'll let them know that you're worthy of this Grandmaster token. Ning Siyu said indignantly. In reality, they could hear this sort of discussion everywhere these few days. He already became the greatest topic of conversation for the alchemists in the city. There were even quite a number of people who put out the word that they wanted to challenge this Grandmaster and trample him underfoot. It was just that they did not know that that so-called 6-star Grandmaster was beside them. Clearly, this 6-star Grandmaster already became the stepping stone for these 6-star alchemy DS to make a name for themselves. One had to know, defeating a Grandmaster, what sublime glory that would be. Yi Yuan just smiled. He did not speak. Reaching his present realm, Yi Yuan had long already said the time of seeking to prevail over others. Those able to enter his arcane sights were only peak existence big shots like Empyrean Flutterfeather. Was there any meaning to contend with a bunch of rookies over this? The two people were currently talking when a group of people suddenly rushed over in a haste, directly surrounding the two people in the middle. Ning Siyu's face changed, and she said, "What do you guys want to do?" A young man bowed in salute towards Yi Yuan and said, "I'm Qianan Great Imperial Capital's Luo Yu. I want to ask Grandmaster Yi to give a pointer or two. I'm East Pride's Wu family's Wu Zhan. I have some confusion in alchemy and want to ask Grandmaster Yi to resolve them." With a rush, these young geniuses all reported their backgrounds, all identifying Yi Yuan by name and making Yi Yuan give pointers. Of course, giving pointers was fake, challenging was real. It was just that Yi Yuan didn't. 1. Tai was exalted, so they could not very well say explicitly. But their eyes did not have any intention of seeking guidance at all. The flavor of provocation was thick. The actions of these young geniuses made the Eastern Street marketplace burst into an uproar. They all used extremely surprised gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They did not expect that he was that 6-star Grandmaster. Goodness gracious, he's that 6-star Grandmaster? This is also too young. Looking at the age, he's probably also just 1,000 over years old, right? Terrific lads. Every one of these young geniuses all have deep backgrounds. Qianan Great Imperial Capital, Wu family, each one is an alchemy holy land. Behind them are all 7-star alchemy D existences. Haha, there's a good show to watch now. I'm really very curious what this lad relied on to get the Grandmaster token. After exclaiming, everyone all had gloating expressions. Especially after seeing Yi Yuan's age, they were even more indignant and discontented. This kind of age, how could he be worthy of the Grandmaster token? They did not feel that they were worthy of the Grandmaster token, but past Grandmasters were all D-like figures. Yi Yuan holding this token. They felt that it sullied its meaning. There were likely 20 over young geniuses present. They were all 6-star alchemy G.O.D.S. Yi Yuan swept through with an amused look and said smilingly, "You all want to challenge me?" Luo Yu smiled coldly and said, "Since Grandmaster Yi took the Grandmaster token, then you're naturally a heavenly figure. It's just don't know if you dare to accept our challenge or not." Luo Yu was intentionally using the Grandmaster token to force Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan dared to avoid the battle in broad daylight, they want to see what face he still has to use the Grandmaster token to bluff people. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, as he said coolly, "You already said that I'm a heavenly figure. How are you all, these mortals, worthy of challenging me?" Luo Yu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "You really went along with it. You don't even dare to accept our challenge. Don't you find it scalding to hold the Grandmaster token?" Yi Yuan's face was not red, and his heart did not race as he said coolly, "It's also not that you guys can't challenge me," but the eyes of Luo Yi and the rest lit up, revealing smiles of their plan succeeding. Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Chapter 2022. It's you all challenging her. Luo Ye's eyes lit up, and he asked, "But what?" But Yi Yuan's gaze turned to Ning Siyu, and the other people's gazes followed his gaze, and also landed on Ning Siyu. Smart people already guessed Yi Yuan's intention and could not help getting a big shock. Sure enough, it was only to hear Yi Yuan slowly saying, "You have to beat her first." Ning Siyu looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and used her finger to point at herself as she said, "Emmy?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Right, it's you." Ning Siyu jumped up like a rabbit that got a scare and repeatedly waved her hands and said, "No way, no way. Your Excellency, I can't do it. I will lose face for you." Ning Siyu was filled with confidence in Yi Yuan, but her confidence in herself was not that strong. In Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, although she was already in apex existence, what kind of place was this? This place was Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. It was the Cloudpill Summit, the holy land in the hearts of all of the Southern Border's alchemists. These geniuses in front of her, they all came from influential alchemy clans and ancient families. The might of their strength was top-notch among the entire Southern Border's young generation. What did she count for compared to these people? Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was ultimately just a small place. This feeling of inferiority filled Ning Siyu's body and heart, let alone that these people in front of her were all 6-star alchemy G.O.D.S., while she was merely a 5-star alchemy G.O.D. This kind of challenge that crossed realms, the pressure was enormous. Not everyone was Lord Yi Yuan. When Luo Yu and the rest saw Ning Siyu's reaction, they could not help being amused. Grandmaster Yi is making her challenge us. Ha ha ha, we're all 6-star alchemy G.O.D.S. Is there a mistake? Luo Yu said with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. The surroundings guffawed with laughter, clearly finding Yi Yuan's way of doing things very funny. Ning Siyu's appearance did not look like an alchemy expert no matter how one looked at her. Yi Yuan waved his hand and shook his head as he said, "It's not her challenging you, it's you challenging her." Luo Yu opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Me? Challenging her? Got to be joking. What qualifications does a mere 5-star alchemy G.O.D. have to make me challenge her?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You'll naturally know after competing. You all, each one counts as one. As long as you succeed in defeating her, you'll have the qualifications to issue a challenge to me." Everyone's faces revealed looks of amuse. ENT. This kid was not a fool, right? This kind of person actually had a Grandmaster token in his hands. This was an insult to the Grandmaster token. Okay, this is what you said yourself. Luo Yu said with a sneer. Ning Siyu winked at Yi Yuan repeatedly and whispered, Yi Yuan, I can't do it. I really can't. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said, following me for so many years, if you can't even win them, then don't return to Heavenly Eagle anymore. Ning Siyu's face changed. She knew that Yi Yuan was serious. If His Excellency really did not let her return to Heavenly Eagle, what should she do? Your Excellency, I got it. Ning Siyu said like an aggrieved little wifey. Saying finish, she gritted her teeth and said to Luo Yu, which of you will come first? Luo Yu laughed loudly and said, little girlie, do you really take yourself to be a grandmaster? Do you know who we are? Ning Siyu's face fell, and she said, whoever you are, I absolutely won't lose to you. Otherwise, His Excellency won't let me return to Heavenly Eagle anymore. Seeing Ning Siyu's appearance, Yi Yuan also secretly found it funny. Even if Ning Siyu really lost, he also would not forbid her from returning to Heavenly Eagle. It was just that this S was too lacking in confidence in herself, not applying some pressure on her. It would likely be hard for her to unleash her full strength. Following Yi Yuan these few years, her strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan naturally had a score in his heart. Ordinary so-called geniuses were not her match at all. Luo Yu laughed when he heard that and said, then you definitely can't go back anymore, because in a while you'll lose until you doubt life. Ha ha ha. The group of people stared at Ning Siyu like a bunch of gray wolves staring at a little rabbit showing an appearance of cornering it. Sigh, it's also hard on this girlie to have actually followed such an unreliable master. These alchemy geniuses are all distinguished talents of the young generation. How could a mere 5-star alchemy G, be a match? This S is really pitiable. I reckon that she can't even win one match. The onlooking crowd in the marketplace were all using pitying gazes to look at Ning Siyu and also using jeering gazes to look at Yi Yuan. This grandmaster was seriously fooling around too much. It was fine that he was trash. He even had to push his maidservant into the fire pit. Ning Siyu said coldly, talk again after winning me. Luo Yu smiled and said, fine then. Du Ruofe, you play with her first. A young man in exquisite clothing stepped out of the ranks. His gaze when looking at Ning Siyu was full of relish. Plussing as if victory was already within grasp. Ha, little girl, this young master is here to challenge you. You have to show leniency. Du Ruofe. At this time, inside a restaurant outside of the Eastern Street Marketplace, Yun Wai, Zhang Buchuan, and the rest were shockingly present, listening entirely to a manservant's report. Yun Yi shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, this grandmaster, Yi is probably at the end of his ropes, right? To actually make his own little maid challenge the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses? Zhang Buchuan scoffed and said, Brother Yun Yi's words are not correct. Didn't you hear what that manservant said? It's the Cloud Pill Summit's geniuses challenging the little maid. Finished saying, there was immediately loud laughter inside the box room. Yun Yi shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, I originally thought that this kid had some capabilities, but I didn't expect that he's so unreliable. Although Luo Yu, they all aren't the top geniuses of this summit, they are also sufficient to rank into the top 100. How can they be what a mere rank 5 little maid can deal with? Zhang Buchuan smiled and said, Brother Yun Yi really has nice means, slightly revealing Yi Yuan's whereabouts to everyone to make our grandmaster Yi reveal his true colors. I'm very curious now how this grandmaster Yi plans on cleaning up the mess. Yun Yi waved his hand and said smilingly, isn't this minor thing still easily resolvable to me? Let's drink first. I reckon that there will be news coming over very soon. Although Du Ruafei's strength isn't much, it shouldn't take too long to deal with a mere 5-star alchemy G. Oh, dee little girl. Finished talking, Yun Yi and the rest clanged wine cups, and wine flowed freely, extremely cheerful. In a twinkle, for hours Pa S. said. The few people were currently chatting away idly when that manservant suddenly barged inside. Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "Where's your sense of decorum being in such a flus, ter?" The manservant jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt down and said, "Young master, forgive my mistake." Yun Yi had his mind on Du Ruofei and Ning Siyu's alchemy battle. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "How is it? Is the result out?" The manservant hurriedly said, "It's out." Young master Du Ruofei returned in utter defeat. The entire Eastern Street marketplace is in an uproar. What? Du Ruofei lost? How is this possible? Yun Yi said with a face full of disbelief. Are you mistaken? Du Ruofei's alchemy strength already reached the late-stage initial realm. He would actually lose to a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D little la S. Zhang Buqian's face similarly had a look of astonishment. The manservant hurriedly said, "Won't be wrong." This lowly one was in the crowd and saw it clearly. That young lady's momentum was overpowering, suppressing young Master Du Ruofei all the way, finally refining a superior-grade medicinal pill. Yun Yi and the rest looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 2023. Maybe one day, Chapter 2023. Maybe one day, go find out more. Yuni said, "Nas." Plussing his teeth. The manservant answered and hurriedly withdrew. Yunyi's expression was very ugly. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was just a grandmaster who held a position without qualifications. However, who knew that a little servant girl of his could actually defeat a southern border's famous alchemy genius. More importantly, that La S. S was just a 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D. Could it be that this Yi Yuan is really an alchemy grandmaster? Zhang Buqian said rather hesitantly. Yun Yi smiled coldly and said, "Have you seen before 1,000 years old alchemy grandmaster? Unless he's the medicine ancestor's personal disciple. Otherwise, don't even think about it." Zhang Buqian could not help choking, also feeling that he was thinking too much. Wanting to reach the grandmaster level, at least one had to be at the middle or late stage Dao realm too. The breakthrough of alchemy Dao was far too difficult. Forget about Dao realm. Even the difficulty level of initial realm was tremendous. Only at the Cloud Pill Summit could one see so many middle and late stage initial realms, or even peak initial realm powerhouses. As for those in the Dao realm, there were far too few, and after reaching the Dao realm, every SCR, a P and iota of advancement was extremely difficult. Just like Empyrean Flutterfeather, there was the ACCU, mulation of countless years of effort before he had his present realm. Even so, without sky-high talent, even if giving a person tens of millions of years, the person might not be able to reach the grand completion Dao realm no matter what. Those coming to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit this time were mostly genius alchemists at the 3,000 to 5,000 age bracket. For Yun Yi to be able to reach the initial stage Dao realm at this age, it was already shockingly talented. As for Grandmaster, how was that possible? If he can reach Grandmaster standard at this age, forget about us. Even Great Grandpa and Empyrean Flutterfeather, wouldn't they become a joke? Yun Yi said with a cold laugh. Zhang Buqian nodded and said, "What Brother Yun Yi said is extremely right. Looks like this La S still has some strength. It's just that being able to beat Du Ruofei was also just good luck." Yuni nodded his head and said, "It's only natural." However, the things that developed next completely said their imaginations. Before long, the manservant returned again to report. He said, "Ning Siyu versus Zhang Jiaqing, perfect victory. Ning Siyu versus Zhang Songfang, perfect victory." One news after another came over. Everyone inside the room was thoroughly struck, senseless. One or two could still be said to be due to luck. But eliminating 7 to 8 in one go, could it still be luck? This battle lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. In the end, Yun Yi and the rest were long already numb. Ning Siyu fought 20 overmatches in a row and actually suffered 0 defeat. This kind of strength had blown up no idea how many people's eyes. The current Eastern Street Marketplace was long already overcrowded. More and more alchemists were drawn over. How can this girl's strength be so strong? Looking at her appearance, she's only a step away from the Tao realm. The reason for the servant depends on the master. Could it be that this Grandmaster Yi is really the #1 alchemy genius? This La S is here to take part in the Cloud Pill Summit, right? This kind of strength, who can be her match among 5-star alchemy ODS. The onlookers' cries of exclamations repeated again and again. Currently, they were already prostrating on all fours in admiration toward Ning Siyu. To be able to crush a bunch of 6-star geniuses with 5-star alchemy D strength, this kind of battle achievement was sufficient to make her shoot to fame. At this time, Luo Yu was covered with sweat. The shock in his heart was already unable to use words to describe. He was not some random Tom, D-I-C-K, and Harry. His alchemy Tao was already comprehended to late-stage initial realm. He was just a step away from grand completion. But even so, after he fought with Ning Siyu for 4 hours, he was already firmly suppressed by Ning Siyu. At this time, he already had no way of remedying the situation and was unable to salvage his defeat anymore. These few days, he had been observing Ning Siyu the entire time. From the initial disdain, to shock, then to stupefaction, he long did not have the initial most underestimating heart anymore. But he was still confident in himself. According to his observations, Ning Siyu's alchemy Tao strength was also merely at the late-stage initial realm. She was around the same as him. But his age was a little older than Ning Siyu, so he was confident that he would not lose to Ning Siyu. But after the face-off, he discovered that he was wrong very quickly. Ning Siyu flowed continuously when refining pills, seemingly like the sea that stretched long and unbroken without any weaknesses to exploit at all. In the 4-hour contest, he did not find any opportunity at all. Suddenly, he felt Ning Siyu's aura grow stronger and stronger, sharper and fiercer. Luo Yu felt that this opponent in front of him was like a celestial deity that descended to the mortal world. Her aura became incomparably mighty. The powerful aura crushed over like toppling mountains and overturning the seas. Poor work. Finally, he could not withstand it and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Ning Siyu with a look of astonishment, full of disbelief. She actually broke through. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Siyu, his face revealing a look of relief. The reason why he brought Ning Siyu to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital was in order to find a breakthrough opportunity for her. With so many geniuses gathering, this was clearly the best occasion to train. Ning Siyu also did not let him down. Under Yi Yuan's tremendous pressure, her courage mounted as the fights progressed, finally breaking through to the grand completion initial realm. Taking this step, she would be able to push forward toward the goal of Tao realm. Grand completion initial realm. A 5-star alchemy D could reach grand completion initial realm. What kind of talent is this? Why has such a genius never been heard of before in the past. Could it be that this girl was really groomed by Grandmaster Yi? But his age isn't even as old as this La S. There were cries of exclamations all around. Currently, they unwittingly started to waver about Yi Yuan's strength. At this time, Ning Xiu slowly opened her eyes and said coolly, "What is a 5-star alchemy G? Oh, D reaching the initial realm count 4. When His Excellency was at 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, he already stepped into the Tao realm. He is the true genius." Breaking through to the grand completion initial realm, Ning Xiu felt that her state of mind was already totally different. Originally, she thought that her strength could not compete with these ancient families' descendants. But now, she was filled with confidence. She already could not find an opponent among her peers. Weren't these 6-star alchemy G? Oh, DS defeated at her hands too? But the more it was so, the more she felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. The comprehension of initial realm was already so difficult. So how did Yi Yuan comprehend Tao realm at Heaven Glimpse realm? Could he not bear the name of number 1 alchemy genius? In Ning Xiu's heart, the medicine ancestor was also merely thus, right? It was just that her words caused a mighty uproar in the crowd. What? 3-star alchemy G? Oh, D Tao realm? This isn't joking around, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it's really like this, then wouldn't so-called geniuses become a joke? This La S, even if she won, there's also no need to elevate that punk like this, right? Saying this sort of word. There also has to be someone who believes it. Ning Xiu reached grand completion initial realm when at 5-star alchemy G. Oh, D, this was already outrageous to hear. Now, she actually said that Yi Yuan comprehended Tao realm when at 3-star. This was complete utter nonsense. Reaching the Tao realm when at the 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D realm, then him being at the 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D realm now, what kind of realm was he in? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly stood up, went to Luo Yu's side, and said coolly, "Looks like your bit of strength isn't able to obtain the qualifications to challenge me. Go back and train more. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll have the qualifications to challenge me."